Evening, Taryn. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. How is everyone doing? If you're here, say hello. I can't decide on name. I love how you call me auntie. Happy Friday. Happy spring equinox, James. Welcome. How's everyone doing today? Good. I've never been to Ibiza. No. Welcome everyone to the live. If you're here, say hello. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome back, UK G85. Nice to see you again. Nice. Hey, Sarah. Anything interesting happened for you today? I like that question. Did anything interesting happen? I just feel like life is interesting. I feel like, okay, something interesting happened to me today when I was in the woods. I like really said hello to like every tree. Not every tree, obviously, but in the vicinity that I was in, I was trying to say hello to as many trees as possible. And it was really fun. Thank you, James. It was really fun because I was like, I just noticed the different personalities of all the trees. And so I was saying hello to all of them, and they all had such different energies and different, like, how they manifest themselves. I'm just clearing some space. Maybe you can feel it as well. Clearing out your own space. How's everyone doing today? Where's everyone coming from? It's giving you bad sinus. Stop it. I'm kind of in the mood to pull tarot cards. And I don't usually do that on live. But me and James were doing it the other day and it was really fun. Seeing as it's a new season as well, astrologically. We're in the first day of Aries. Who can feel a rebirth, guys? Like, compared to New Year's Eve, okay. Do you remember how you felt during New Year's Eve? Because I feel like this actual, like, spring equinox is way more of a rebirth than New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. Like, as in the calendar. James, do you want to be my mod? Also, if you spam, I'm just going to block you, okay? So please don't spam. Please be conscious with your comments because you'll just get blocked. Everyone was really happy at work today. Yeah. I feel like this whole season is a very, like, I don't know, it's like you just start to bloom. It's like a rebirth. Like, Pisces season is basically, it's a gestation period. It's like when you're in the womb, like symbolically, it's when you're in the womb. And Aries is like, because it's the first astrological, at the first zodiac of the wheel, we're literally going through a rebirth right now, which is why it's happens on the first day of spring in the Northern Hemisphere. And so, thank you, James. And so, I lost my train of thought. Aries is a fire sign. So where we were in the water yesterday of Pisces, we are now being pushed out of the womb. And this requires that fire energy, that energy that kind of like lights a fire up your ass. Okay, so someone said, will you teach me anything? What do you want to learn? Hey, Aim Summer. A need for oxygen or breath of fresh air. Can't wait for Gemini season. Are you a Gemini? UKG. Thank you. I'm from England. Where are you guys from? Tell me. Because maybe for some people it's not even spring. Good evening, Sultan. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Singapore, Germany. Hey, Roblox Arena 11. My day's good, thank you. How's yours? How to become rich. Best places to travel. Okay. So, I haven't traveled to as many places as I would like to in the globe, but my favorite place so far has been, I did like Bali. It's a very nice place. I also love, I really do love California. You're from Indonesia. Cool. Sorry. Sydney. You're from Mars. I love Earth too. I was thinking this today as I was walking through the woods. I was just like, I just love being on Earth. Sometimes it's fucking hard and it's like, oh, but sometimes I'm just like, fuck, I love Earth, especially when I'm in the trees. The trees just give me peace. Someone also said how to become rich. Something that I learned with, like, in terms of manifestation and attracting more abundance is that, and this is a really good way to tune into the vibration of abundance, is to start to notice the abundance that is all around us in terms of like our whole universe is abundant. It is that there are so many different forms, there are so many different herbs, there are so many different plants, there are so many different trees, there are so many different colors, like any type of experience that you want to have, there's just so many different types. And when you start to tune into the abundance of the earth and you're grateful for the abundance of the earth, the abundance of amount of different people that are around us, then you can start to feel like tap into that vibration of abundance. And when you tap into the vibration of abundance, you start to attract more of it. So you want to start noticing what area, like where in your life, even if you feel like you have nothing, you can just look at nature and appreciate the abundance in nature. I'm from England, Mustafa. Where are you from? Tim, welcome back. Nice to see you again. Guys, let me know in the chat if you've been here before. Evening. Manfal? Christian? Sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm not an AI. Why do people say that? Is there like lots of AI streamers or something? How does that even work? I am in the south of England somewhere. Kind of. Can't decide on name. The best streams you do on the meditation. Okay, let's do a meditation today, guys. I'm actually up for it. We'll do a meditation towards... Someone just called me. Let me just send them a message. Yes, we will do a meditation towards the end of the live. My night's going well, thanks, Tim. How's yours? MC1980, your English too, nice. As a Cancer, is there anything I need to look out for this Aries season? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, James. But I'll let you know if something comes to me. UKG, meditation sounds good. Been going in on that this week. Nice. How's it going? Have you noticed any shifts? Hey, August is an alien. Welcome. Guys, what topic would you like me to go deep into this evening? What are you feeling called to chat about? I'm well, thank you, August. How are you? Okay, been going well. The shifts are always subtle, so they're not always noticed. Question though, do you practice lucid dreaming? I don't currently actively practice lucid dreaming, but I am a very active dreamer and I have had a lot of spontaneous lucid dreams. I did go for a stage where I was actually practicing, like doing practices to try to encourage lucid dreaming. I haven't been doing that recently. I kind of just let my dreams do their thing and see what comes out in my subconscious. But at one point it was really fascinating for me and I would get so excited whenever I would have a lucid dream. And so, let me see if this is going to be clearer. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, so lucid dream is so fun. I don't practice lucid dreaming, but I lucid dream every night. Very strange. Wow. That must mean that you're quite a conscious person during your waking life. I've had some weird moments, lol. Lucid dreams are amazing. You can share if you want. What was the weirdest moment that you had lucid dreaming? Someone said lucid dreaming is hard, but my recall is brilliant. I always find that when you're lucid dreaming, like the memory of the dream is so much clearer because you're so conscious in the dream. So when you wake up, it's like, whoa. Good, Tim. I'm glad you're not driving too. You can be present for the live. Let's do some flying during lucid dreaming. Ready to take off. Happy Ostara. Mostly I dream of combat in Iraq, so I smoke weed to turn it off. I have even had PTSD hallucinations when wide awake. It's horrible. Oh my gosh. Sending you a big hug, Minutor. And welcome back, by the way. Thank you for sharing. It's nice to have you back. Hey, Vicky from India. I'm from England, Vicky. Where are you from? Oh, you said you're from India. So at the moment, I'm trying to drop into it while still conscious, and it keeps manifesting as me falling, floating down out of a tree. Interesting. I lived a script of a very well-written suspense horror movie. I knew I was lucid dreaming because I could not be killed, but I controlled my dream enough to get away. Wow. Guys, if you're here, say hi. Introduce yourselves. Tell us where you're from. I'm from England. No, I don't have a scar on my forehead. Where is this scar that you think I have? Hey, Ronnie. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. What's weird for me is sometimes I continue my dreams where I left them off. What's that about? That's really interesting. I don't know. That's never happened to me. What do you think that's about? What are the things you need to talk about before marriage? Wow. Okay. I don't even know the answer to that question. I think that you need to just get to know someone for a long time, spend time with them and get to know them as much as you can, understand them as much as you can in all different kind of situations. I don't know though. I've never been married. What's the secret to success in life? I believe the secret to success in life is to have healthy relationships, because life is relationships. Life is relationships to yourself. It's the relationship that you have to yourself. It's the relationships that you have to other people. It's the relationships that you have to earth. It's the relationship that you have to God. It's the relationship that you have to food, the relationship that you have to your habits, to everything. Everything is relationships. So the secret to a successful life is to have healthy relationships in all areas of your life. Have a healthy relationship with yourself. Have a healthy relationship with the people around you, which requires a lot of work, a lot of self-awareness, being in alignment every day. I personally think that if I'm in alignment, then I feel successful. How to know if a girl is interested in you or not? Can you tell me more about your situation? Because it's hard to answer that without a little bit more info. Like, what's going on with the girl? What makes you think that she's not interested? What makes you think that she is interested? Relationship is all about trust. Yeah, I agree with that. Nowadays, most relationships are shallow. I mean, my relationships are not shallow. I tend to bring out very deep parts of people because I'm just a very deep person. So, how deep are you going? Do you believe in manifestation? Manifestation is, it's not, so we are constantly manifesting all the time through our thoughts, our words, and our actions. And you can see by looking around that everything, everything that you can see is a manifestation. It's a form that has been manifested from a thought. Everything that you see was once a thought. Even the relationships in your life are manifestations of a thought that you had. And so if you're asking me, do I believe in the techniques that they talk about in the law of attraction community in order to consciously manifest? Yes, I do. Because that's what I've been practicing for like 10 years. And so I've seen a dramatic shift in my being, my life. And I do believe that there's a lot of things that you can do to start to manifest what you actually want in your life. But it takes a lot of work to uncover subconscious programming and conditions and beliefs, which is what I do with people one-to-one. So if you're interested in going a little bit deeper with any of this stuff, then do email me. The email's in the description. And yeah, it's a process of uncovering deeply rooted beliefs that are in conflict to what it is that you want to manifest. This is literally what's holding us back from manifesting the things that we want, is our beliefs or our thoughts that contradict what we want to manifest. Once you clear those contradictions, things manifest really quickly. Is it good to give second chances for a relationship that let you down? Well, it depends on where you are currently at with it. If you feel like you want to continue, then that's how you feel. Sometimes we're not ready to leave a relationship yet, and that's okay. How did it let you down? Depends if it's something that is something that you have zero tolerance for. Like, it really depends on what the situation is. If someone did something that is completely a no for you, then maybe it's something that you want to move on from. But if it's something that you feel like you can work with, then that's up to you. And deep down, we always know, like, our higher self always knows our higher self always knows the right thing to do. It's just that our mind gets in the way and starts to cloud our inner compass. Okay, UKG question. What is your main practice, the thing that you do that is most beneficial to your progress? I don't have one practice, but if I was to say one thing that is most beneficial to progress, and that is cultivating presence in your life, bringing more conscious awareness into your body, becoming more present, becoming aware of the present moment, becoming aware of what is currently alive in your body. That is, like, I feel like that's the basis of all spiritual teachings. The foundation of all spiritual teachings is to become present. Realize that you only ever exist in this present moment. Our mind, on the other hand, is taking us out of the present moment. It is either thinking about the past or the future. And most of the time, this is happening on an unconscious level. We're not conscious that this is happening, but we're walking around our day and our consciousness is either in the past or future. It's not in this present moment. So that is what I would say to you. Practice bringing your consciousness into the present moment by bringing your attention to your breath. It's a really simple practice that is spoken about across so many different spiritual traditions. Bringing your attention to your breath, noticing the sound of your breath, noticing how deep your breath is, slowing it down. Or when you're going about your day, noticing how you feel, noticing your senses, starting to bring your attention into your senses. When you're in the shower, noticing, really focusing on the water touching your body, the temperature of the water on your body, the sound of the water hitting whatever it's hitting. Bringing yourself into this moment. When you're sitting outside, really noticing the sounds of nature. Really looking around at nature. What do you notice? What can you observe? This is how we enter into the present moment. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Because when we start to notice our senses, this is like the surface level. Or like, imagine an ocean. The senses are like the top layer of the ocean. When we start to bring our attention down into the senses, there's actually a lot more going on deeper. And that's where we start to enter into deeper spiritual realms. When we quiet the mind and we bring ourselves into the senses, then we start to open ourselves up to the divine, the infinite flow of the divine, where our essence is connected to. And that is living in the present moment. Our essence is always residing in the present moment. Our higher self, our intuition. Thanks, Tim. Being being in the now is a tough one, but rewarding. Yes. It's definitely a practice. Meditation is something that I've been doing for like 10 years now, and that has really helped me. And something that Eckhart Tolle says that I really appreciate is that it's really good to do like a formal meditation. It can be really helpful sitting down, meditating for an hour or so, or if you've only just started, maybe doing a couple minutes in the beginning and building up to that. But you really want to be bringing your meditation into your everyday life the rest of the day. Noticing when you've started to be pulled away by the stream of thinking, and then bringing yourself back. And every time you do that, you strengthen the muscle of bringing your consciousness into the present moment. You strengthen your muscle of your focus. The issue is everything is fast tracked now. That is so true, but we are also being called to slow down. This is a massive thing that is part of the raising the vibration on the planet. We really need to slow down. Slow down by just taking moments throughout the day to rest. Even if it's a couple minutes, 10 minutes, like 4 times a day in between tasks, not rushing from task to task to task without even taking a moment to just breathe. Welcome, Cherries 42. And also, when we bring ourselves into the present moment, we also slow the aging process down. It improves our immune system. We bring more consciousness into our body and more energy into our body, which can be used for healing. If our thoughts are energy, guys. So when you are having lots and lots of unconscious thoughts, your system is using all its energy on thinking about usually negative things. So when you bring your attention down into the body, start to bring your attention into the body, you're using that energy instead of using it to think unnecessary things that are actually lowering your vibration. You can use that energy to heal, to slow that aging process down. How many times a day do you manifest? We're all manifesting constantly, with our thoughts, with our words, with our actions. So that's why we want to become aware of what we're thinking. Yeah, it's a really good reminder as well. It's like if you notice thoughts that are negative, you can ask yourself, is this thought necessary? See what answer comes up. In theory, you're correct, but in practice, it's all thrown out the window. What do you mean? What do you mean it's all thrown out the window? What if something suddenly attacks on your mind? How to slow it down? Okay, so this is probably going to be a bit of a long answer. I'm going to go in. Often we are presented with experiences, situations that trigger us. And so we might experience, and I love how Eckhart Tolle calls this the pain body, a pain body attack. So we have this pain body, which is accumulated emotions, which are connected to conditions, patterns, and beliefs. And a lot of the time, what happens is a situation may trigger this pain body attack. And that can be so intense that it just takes over our whole body and we've completely become unconscious. And you know this because the emotion can be really strong. Usually when your emotion is really, really strong, it's because you've become completely unconscious. And we are completely identified with this pain body, this this feeling that we're having. And we're also completely identified with the thoughts that are connected to the feeling. Every feeling is connected with thoughts. It's a loop. So when you have an emotion that is very strong, that emotion is creating thought. And then that thought is then going to create more emotion, and it just keeps going round in a cycle. And so if you experience this, which we all do, the way that you can slow this down is by placing your attention on the emotion, on the pain. It's not normal and it's not taught to us to do this in society. We're usually subconsciously being taught to distract ourselves from our pain, to feed our pain. But we want to do the opposite. We want to start bringing our attention into it, going towards it with our focus. And what this does is it stops that loop, that cycle of emotion creating thought, thought creating emotion. You're putting your attention, because you can imagine that what's happening is your stream of consciousness is in this loop. So when you bring your stream of you consciously choose to put your stream of consciousness in one place, it stops that loop. It's no longer going around in a circle. You're no longer spiraling. But usually this can be quite painful because what you're doing is you're actually focusing on the pain. It's going to be very uncomfortable. And what our mind is used to doing is trying to get out of the pain. And this is why this cycle just keeps going around, because the mind is like, kind of like trying to think its way out of this pain. You can't think your way out of pain. That is resistance. And when you resist pain, pain persists. So we want to bring our attention down into the body wherever we can feel that sensation. And if this is something that you don't really understand, you don't really get, you really want to start practicing body scan meditations every day. Set yourself a task to do a body scan every day for 2 weeks. Even if it's for the first few days, focusing on your hands. You don't have to overwhelm yourself with like the whole body scan, but start to focus on your hands in the morning. Hands are a really good place to start because there's so many sense receptors in them. Same as the feet, the lips. So you can start with those areas and you can practice that for 5 minutes a day and then gradually work your way up to going for longer, bringing your attention into other areas of the body. Bringing your attention to sensations in the body, whether that is physical pain or emotion, and just practice sitting with it. We're not trying to change it. We're not trying to label it. We're not trying to think our way out of it. We are literally feeling it, going into it. This is the first step to healing anything, is feeling it. I don't have a favorite hand soap. Anything that is non-toxic. My Instagram is the same as my YouTube handle. It's Amy Louise Samp. So you can follow me there. I share a lot of creative, spiritual stuff every day, pretty much. Just in different formats. Stuff that I'm learning. Wouldn't focusing on the feeling make it linger more? No. And a lot of people do actually think this and ask this, but it doesn't make it linger more because emotions need to move. And when we resist them, they're not able to move. The word emotion literally means energy in motion. So when we try to suppress it by trying to think our way out of it or distracting ourselves from it, it gets stuck in the body. But when you put your attention on it, it allows that emotion to dissolve. Emotions want to be felt. If we're not aware of our emotions, or if we're resisting our emotions, what you resist persists. It's just going to keep trying to get your attention. It's going to get more intense until you feel it. This is why people go into such deep, dark spirals, is because they are trying to suppress the emotion. It's getting stuck in their body. It's bringing their vibration more and more down. Their energy field is literally has like clumps of dark energy stuck in it. So it makes you feel really heavy. So we want to be doing regular spiritual practices to clear things out. And you cannot clear things out if you can't see them. It's the same as if you were cleaning the house. If you're not looking properly, then you won't see what needs to be cleaned. So we have to look inside to see what's there, to allow it to move and allow the process of it to transmute. And we also get a lot of insights when we do this. You can get a lot of insights when you're doing this. Talking makes me thirsty. Hey. What's my favorite tea? I'll be honest, my favorite tea is English breakfast with oat milk. Basic, right? English breakfast tea. Constant negative thoughts manifest in physical symptoms. I'm a believer of that, and I'm trying to learn how to prevent that from happening because it's affecting my health. It does. When we suppress our emotions, they do start to manifest as physical symptoms. It's one of the things that I was just talking about when I said that emotions will just keep it. When you keep suppressing them, what will happen is you'll get deeper out of alignment, for one, which will be manifesting things in your life that are making it so that you can't ignore the emotions anymore. And this often manifests as disease or health problems. I'm an introvert and socially awkward and not confident, but I don't want to be. Well, thank you for sharing, HS. I fully understand because I have been very socially awkward in the past and struggled with a lot of social anxiety. I speak about this a lot on my channel, and I've healed a lot of it. And I've recovered from it a lot. And the fact that you don't want to be is obviously a sign that you have some things that are blocking you. And I lost my train of thought. Honestly, for me, the best way that I have healed my social awkwardness is choosing to put myself in more social situations to practice. And all of the spiritual practices that I do go towards healing anything that is blocking me when it comes to social situations, because what I noticed is that often what happens is when I go into a social situation, or when I have gone into a social situation in the past, and I notice that I'm starting to feel really awkward, what's happening is thoughts are starting to arise that are coming from beliefs about myself. And those thoughts are causing me to feel really awkward in the situation or start to feel really anxious in the situation. And so I'll do shadow work when I get an intense trigger, going deeper into the feeling, doing inner child work, which I do in my one-to-ones. If you want to go into it deeper and really uncover some of these things that are making you feel socially awkward, I can help you with that if you feel called to. Just send me an email. It's in the description, my email address. If there's something that specifically triggers you in a social situation, is there anything that comes to mind? Is there certain social situations that trigger you more than others? Or is it just all of them? I notice you pause during thoughts. Are you waiting for something to come through, like a download? Not sure how else to ask the question without it sounding stupid or rude. Genuine question. That's not stupid or rude. I really appreciate that question. Yes, I am. I try to slow down when I'm answering these questions, because if I try to answer it at like the level of my mind, it's not a clear answer. So this is why I try to really slow myself down. And this comes with a lot of trust, of like, I trust that the answer that needs to be delivered, the message that needs to be delivered in this moment will come through. I just have to trust and quiet my mind down to hear the message come through. Because if I was to sit here and like panic about, oh my God, I'm being silent, what are people going to think? People are going to find it awkward if I'm just sitting here in silence. Then I can't even hear what the transmission is or what the download is. I can't actually hear it because the mind is going, it's like thinking about what other people think. So I really have to just not really worry or not even allow the mind to go on its tangents of like, what are people going to think if I'm sitting here in silence, and just trust that actually my presence is all that's needed. And it's the same for everyone. Our vibration and our presence is so needed on the planet. We don't actually need to say too much. Sometimes the less we say, the better. And actually, there's an efficiency that comes with saying less. It's like you can say, you don't have to over-explain. I've learned this when it comes to communicating my boundaries with people. Trying to say it in the least amount of words possible. Like, how can I be so efficient with what I'm trying to communicate with someone? I find it to be so, like, I have so much respect for people when they're able to do that. When they're able to really talk efficiently and be clear with their boundaries, clear with what they want, without over-explaining. And it's okay if we do, we all do it sometimes. But for me, I really like to just slow down. Listen to what the question is. Sometimes I have to take it in, allow it to be understood in my subconscious, and then answer. One situation is socializing with a group of people. I often don't know what to say or ask. Okay, I'd say then, like we were just saying, okay, when you're in a group of people, I also experience this where sometimes I'm in more in the past is if I'm in a social situation and I feel like I need to fill in silence, or I feel like my mind is trying to think of things to say, try to bring your attention into your body, bring your attention to your breath, find stillness in the mind, and allow for questions to come up naturally. Asking people questions is a great way to get to know people and to connect with people. You can have some questions ready if you want to connect with people. Like one of the questions that I learned, which is really good for connecting with people, is, okay, what is something that you're really excited about at the moment? And what this does is this triggers probably like a dopamine response. I don't know if that's true, but it probably does in people because they're thinking about something that they're excited about. So then you're going into this territory of what this person's really interested in. You're starting to get to know them on like a more of a deeper level. So you can ask them that. What is it that you're really excited about at the moment? If they don't know, if they have nothing to say, then okay. And I've really started to practice as well being comfortable with the silence with people. Allowing for someone to ask me a question. I feel if I express my emotions and feelings more often, I might lose my job or some relationships. That's why I keep them bottled up. It's a cycle. I have a recommendation for you, which is to read a book called Nonviolent Communication, XMB Time, because this is an amazing book for helping you to express how you feel. It's like you basically, you want to, it's so important for us guys to be expressing how we feel to people. If we really want to have deep connections with people, we need to be able to express how we truly feel, because someone can't know the truth of your soul if you're not being authentic with them, about how you really feel. This is how we have deep relationships. But there's an art to it. It's not just doing it unconsciously. And this is where that book comes in. Nonviolent Communication by Marshall Rosenberg. Amazing book. He teaches you how to literally express how you're feeling, set boundaries with people, communicate through conflict. It's a beautiful book. Highly recommend. Nonviolent Communication. It's amazing, honestly. I've read it a few times and I would love to read it again, because every time I've read it, it's been so, like, up-leveled my communication. And I mean, not just in personal relationships, in business relationships. You can use this in all the relationships in your life. It's going to up-level you massively, because when you can communicate with people, people will respect you more. You can communicate. Like, if you're running a business, for example, you need to be able to communicate. You need to be able to communicate your boundaries. You need to be able to communicate what you want. If you want to be negotiating, or if you want to be telling people what your price is, or just if there's conflict, you're managing people and there's conflict in the workplace, being able to resolve conflict and communicate is just life hack. You also teach people, I love this. What I learned is that when I am using nonviolent communication, the techniques in that book, I notice that I am, like, people are learning how to communicate just through you knowing how to communicate. Because if you think about it, if someone that you come across is used to the general level of communication that we have on this planet, which is not great, very dysfunctional. We tend to have a lot of win-lose situations in our communication styles. And so if you come to a relationship with someone and they experience with you this up-leveled version of communication, they're going to notice it. They're going to feel it. They're going to feel heard. They're going to feel understood. They might do anyway. Maybe you can't guarantee that with every person, but in my relationships, I've noticed that people really notice, wow, you're really good at communicating. And they learn through my communication how to communicate, how to have their own boundaries. So when we start to shift our own patterns, we also start to ripple this out into the rest of the earth. Hey, Hannah, welcome back. Nice to see you, my love. Okay, can't decide on name. Been working on communication. Your pause between thoughts reminded me of what I'm lacking, giving space for thoughts to be digested. Bad habit thinking about your next talking point, ignoring the current. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, you know. Thank you for saying that. This is why I love that you said that, because it reminds me, sometimes I need reminding that when I'm coming on live, I don't always need to just say too much. And I say this to myself before I come on live. I'm praying and I'm saying, I trust, because especially when I first ever started doing lives, I noticed myself getting really nervous and like worrying about not knowing what to say if someone asks me a question. But what I've trained myself to do is to remind myself if I do feel that nervousness come up. And this is the same, that you can remind yourself of these things before you go into a social situation or like a date or something that you're nervous for. Remind yourself that, and you can speak to your higher self or God or whoever you connect with in the spirit world and say, thank you for, or I trust that whatever is meant to come through in the moment will come through. I trust that whatever needs to be said in the moment will be said. We can't know what needs to be said until we have the information from that moment. It's like a lot of the time our mind is trying to conjure up what we want to say before we've even got enough data. I noticed my mind doing this before is when I'm speaking to someone in the past, or sometimes this might happen when my mind is a bit more active. You might notice your mind, whilst someone's speaking, already thinking of what you want to respond to that person. When you're doing this, you're not actually listening to them. So use this as a practice to when someone is talking to you, try to be as still as you possibly can. And I mean physically as well. If I notice my mind going, like trying to think of a response before the person's even finished what they've said, I will bring my body into literally stillness. And listen so intently to what they're saying. And then respond once they've finished. Let them, and that's why it's also good to have that little space, because sometimes people aren't finished, and we often have a bad habit of even cutting in on people. I have that. My whole family has this. We love to chat. So it's like sometimes it's like you get excited about something someone's saying and you want to just cut in, and I'm like, oh, sorry that I cut in. So let me just bring myself down a bit and really listen to what you're saying. And when you do this as well, you're allowing that person to fully express what needs to be expressed from their being in that moment. This is a massive gift that you can give people. Presence and space. You know what, guys? A lot of people are paying for therapists purely because they need someone to listen to them. So if you can be with your friend and just listen with absolute space, what you're doing is you're creating a container for whatever it is that they're expressing. You are very valuable to that person in that moment, because not a lot of people are going to be able to do that at this time. You are being a massive service to someone when you just listen with your full being. And in turn, when we are being of service to others, this increases our own self-esteem, helps us to feel more empowered, because our higher self always knows what is going on with what we're doing. Our mind always knows. Hey, Aloche Johnson, nice to see you again. Welcome back. It's good to see you guys again. It's nice to see so many familiar names, and I love that you guys are chatting to each other as well. Thank you, Hannah. I love you guys too. Love you too, Deepak. VIP Deepak Sharma. Sometimes I'm too focused on what I'm doing during a conversation that I don't register what they say sometimes. Yeah, I used to do that all the time. And I felt really bad about myself for doing it. I remember just feeling like I was a bad friend. My mind would start to be like, I'm a bad friend, I'm a bad friend. Obviously that's just unconscious thinking. But sometimes also it's like your higher self, because what happens is we have intuitions, okay? Our higher self is clear. And it is telling us you need to listen. Like right now, you're not listening, but then the mind comes in and starts creating a whole story and narrative around that intuition. Hey, Red Devil. Hey, Alex. Welcome back. So good to see you. Hi, Tandoori King as well. And so our mind starts to create this whole narrative and maybe starts to make us feel like we're so bad for not doing these things. But when actually we could just snap back into the present moment, use it as when your mind starts to do that. Maybe if you've experienced that like I did, where I would feel really bad about not listening. It's like, okay, I'm noticing that there's a part of me that really wants to be a good listener. And it's feeling really bad about myself for not listening. So why don't I want to listen to that part of myself, and I want to start practicing listening better. And honestly, guys, the whole thing of like just keeping your body like ultra still whilst you're listening is such a good way to really listen to someone. Just don't move a muscle. It's such a good way of like wanting to hear every single word that someone says. Hey, Kat, welcome back. Is the intuition always right? How do you check it? Okay. I would say that your intuition, your higher self, always knows the right thing to do for you. However, it can get very murky in our internal world. So a lot of people cannot tell the difference between their intuition and their ego. And so the way that we start to create a stronger relationship with our intuition is you have to start listening to every single thing that's coming up. And you have to start questioning, where is it coming from? And this is how you start to identify what is intuition and what is not intuition. The intuition is a peaceful message. It's a message that is rooted in the present moment. It's peaceful, it's calm. Whereas the ego and the mind is very loud. It's very emotional, emotionally charged. And this is why I always say about listening to our emotions. Because the reason why we want to listen to our emotions is because a lot of the time, well, all the time, our emotions, especially really strong emotions, they're connected to egoic thoughts that our ego is creating, or subconscious, deeply rooted beliefs that are created by the ego. So when we listen to them, we become aware of them, and we can start to identify what is truth for us, for our higher self. Really looking into it, questioning, and then questioning the answers that you get. Alex, I'm happy to hear that you're working on yourself. Well done, hun. Hannah, you once said that we should do what we're drawn to as children. I love when you said this. It was such an eye-widening moment for me. Would this align with us, with our higher selves? Yes, absolutely. When we are a kid, we're like so excited about things. And the things that we're excited about, we don't really have all these blocks. So we just do them. Our natural essence is expressing, especially like when we're really young, our natural essence is able to express. We don't also have as much adult responsibilities. We build up a lot of conditioning and fear that blocks us from doing these things that we would have done when we were a kid. So if you think back to when you're a kid, what things you like to do, for example, I'll give you an example of the things that I like to do when I was a kid. I used to like to go around in the garden with a wheelbarrow and just put random things in my wheelbarrow and mix it all up into a big mess. But at the time, it was so fun for me. I loved being in nature. I loved making concoctions. I loved just playing with all the different things in the garden. And I also loved to dance, and I loved to sing. And as I got older, I started to accumulate these beliefs that I could not dance and I couldn't sing. And so for a good 20 years of my life, I didn't do it anymore. I was so embarrassed to do it. The thought of like dancing or singing in front of people would just cringe me out. It would make me feel like I just can't do that. Like I can't, like the thought of doing it would just bring up so much anxiety for me. And so I was so blocked off from doing that. And so when I started to remember, okay, I really liked doing that, like dancing and singing. Like it didn't matter how well I was doing it. It didn't matter how well I was singing or dancing. I was just having fun. It was only when maybe someone told me, be quiet, or God, you sound like a dying cat. And when they said that, they weren't meaning to be mean. They didn't mean to create this fear within me, this belief that I couldn't sing. They just were unconsciously doing that themselves. That was more of that was actually a reflection of their state of consciousness. But I internalized that as I shouldn't sing, I shouldn't dance, I'm not good enough to do that. And so as I got older, I started to remember, okay, I used to like singing and dancing, and that brought up a lot of fear for me, as you can imagine, because this fear has been blocking me for years. So I was like, okay, well, do I really have to do that? Like I could just curb this one thing that I used to love to do just because it's too scary, you know? But what I've gotten to the point now, and by the way, guys, I just want to say, I posted today the first ever video of me singing of my whole life. I would never have done that. But even coming on live and talking to you guys has helped me to open my throat chakra, because I'm practicing just speaking my truth. And so today you can see it on my story, I'm singing on my story. Like if I wouldn't have been able to do that a few years ago. I would have been thinking about it, like, what are people thinking? Like, they're gonna think I'm so bad. Like, but I'm literally just like, who cares? Like, if someone thinks I'm bad, who cares? Like, what's this? Like, I literally am just like, whatever. And also, what's more important to me is that people are seeing the transmission of my frequency. Like when I'm singing, I'm expressing my frequency, which is joy, gratitude. And that's what people feel. And if someone else cringes at that, or someone else is triggered by that, or they project onto that, like, you're not good enough to be posting that on Instagram, that has nothing to do with me. That is all to do with their state of consciousness. And so when I see someone doing something on Instagram and I notice a part of me cringing, I instantly try to, or what I do is I feel that part of me that's cringing. I know that that's not in alignment for me. I want to celebrate that person for sharing their truth. And so I switch my thinking to, wow, this person is so cool for putting themselves out there like this, for being their authentic self. Because that part of them that part of me that's cringing when I see someone being authentic is actually a reflection of how I judge myself. For being authentic, for sharing these parts of myself, these parts of myself that I've been hiding away for so long. And do you know what's funny is I realize that most people are like singing and dancing when they're on their own. Or maybe not everyone, okay? But I do feel like a lot of people sing like in the shower, for example. But then when it comes to doing it in front of other people, it's like, oh my God, I can't do that. Unless you're like a singer, you know, and you come from a family where it's so accepted to just sing. But, you know, a lot of us don't have that. And so when one of us steps out and does it and it's not perfect, but it's just authentic, it's very freeing for other people. You give permission to other people to just do that. Like, I'm not singing because I want to be a singer. I'm not singing because I want to sell music. I'm singing because I want to sing, because it's fun. And I want to share these parts of myself that I express when no one's looking. Okay. Jake, you said I would love to do a project with you. What kind of project would you like to do with me? Send me an email, man. I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Can't sing to save my life. I think people would pay me not to sing. Well, you know what? I used to think that. And now I'm just like, it doesn't matter. We can all sing. Like, we can all make noise. Our mind just has to judge whether it's good or bad. But really, we're all just making noises all the time. Hey, Sebastian. Yes, we're currently talking about... What are we talking about, guys? It's a spiritual live stream. We're doing a Q&A, and I'm talking about currently how to find, like, the things that you love to do in life. I don't know how to explain it. We were talking about our childhood, what we love to do in our childhood, and how that's a massive connection to your higher self and your purpose. Okay, Hannah, I was just scrolling up and reading questions, and I saw your question about how can we know which chakras need healing. Okay. So you've got to remember that, let me put my, wait 1 second. I'm going to answer this question, but give me 1 sec. Okay, when it comes to knowing which chakras need healing, one thing that I want to say first is that our body is all connected. And so sometimes we might have an issue or a blocked area, chakra, but that is often connected to another chakra. So if we want to zoom in a little bit closer and really figure out which chakras need healing, you want to notice what areas in your life you feel stuck. Okay, so I'll give you an example from my own life that's coming to me right now. When I was telling you about me noticing that I really enjoyed singing and dancing when I was a kid, and when the thought of like singing in front of other people brought up fear, because fear is what is keeping us stuck, okay? It's always rooted in some fear. So the fear that would come up when I think about, okay, I like to sing, or another thing is me wanting to talk. And I remember when I was younger, people used to tell me, God, she talks a lot. And I internalized that's bad. no one said to me that was bad, but obviously their intention was not like celebrating me for talking. It was, I could feel the energy behind it. It wasn't encouragement. It was the opposite, like putting me down. So I internalized that as it's bad to talk a lot. As I've gotten older, I've realized that I love to talk, especially about these things. And so I had to work through a lot of fear when it came to realizing that part of my purpose on this earth is talking about these concepts, because I wanted to do it so badly. And so when I realized that that was something that I wanted to do, it brought up a lot of fear. And so I noticed that my throat chakra, because it's all to do with speaking, it's connected with the throat, it's connected with communication, something that I needed to heal. And we're on a journey, okay? I'm on a journey with it. I'm still healing through doing things that I'm scared to do. This is one way that we heal things, is that we do things even though we're scared. But you can also heal these fears by doing shadow work and all these different processes. So if you want to know what chakras need healing, you just need to look at what areas of your life you're stuck. And you can also look at what areas of your life you are manifesting problems. For example, like health problems. You can find out what chakras are connected to different health problems. There's a psychic healer called Caroline Myss. It's spelled M-Y-S-S. And she is very famous psychic. And she used to be a medical intuitive. So she wrote this whole book on what health issues are connected with what chakras. And these are connected to different emotional. They're always connected to something. It's something to do with your lifestyle, something to do with the something that is unresolved, or that you're having resistance with in your emotions, your relationships, your relationship to yourself, your relationship to others. So she wrote this book because she literally mapped out the chakra system and what it's connected to within the health. She mapped out the chakra system and connected it with different ailments, basically. And then you can also look at the chakras in terms of, okay, what do the chakras represent? So you've got, for example, your third eye chakra. Your third eye chakra, let me just explain to you the chakra system, okay? You've got the lower chakras, the root chakra, which is closest to the earth. So the root chakra is very much to do with stability, security. It's all the 3D stuff that keeps us feeling secure whilst we're here on earth. So it's very much 3D things. If you've got an unbalanced root chakra, you'll feel very insecure. So different emotions are going to connect to different chakras as well. But as we travel upwards into the crown chakra, the higher chakras, because you've also got more chakras that are higher above, but in terms of I think it's the Hindu system, they have 7 chakras. So you've got the crown, the third eye, the throat chakra, the heart chakra, the sacral chakra, the root chakra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you've got the star chakra. So maybe that's the 7 from the Hindu system, I think. So as you get further up in this chakra system, you're now entering into the spiritual realm. So in the spiritual realm, this is where we connect to the divine. And this is all to do with our psychic abilities, our telepathic abilities, our imagination, our connection to the flow of infinite intelligence. And so what happens is when we have an open flow of our higher chakras and they're working well, we are able to retrieve downloads in the form of inspiration, ideas, creativity, and we can pull them down into the 3D. And this is very symbolistic as well when we birth, because we actually birth out through our lower chakras. Our sexual organs are down lower. So it's connected to that bringing into the physical realm. And this is what's happening is this is the process of creation. Everything starts as a thought. Everything starts in the spiritual realm, the quantum realms. I'm doing this because it's like, I don't know, it just feels right to me. Because obviously when you're having ideas, it feels like the ideas are all up here and then you bring them down and then you use your hands or you use your voice to bring them out into the world. Or you might bring your, I lost my track of thought, but yes, when these chakras are all working very well, we're able to manifest. And so the third eye chakra is very linked to, like I said, these higher realms, these spiritual realms, intuition, connecting with our higher selves. Allowing for the ideas to flow through without the mind getting in the way. And then the throat chakra is connected to communication, using our voice, singing, setting boundaries. So if we're not very good at setting boundaries, then our throat chakra is blocked in some way. There's a fear that is stopping us from explaining or expressing how we feel. But that can also be connected to another chakra. The heart chakra is connected to love. It's what connects us to our higher self as well, but through the channel of love, of compassion, of gratitude, appreciation. And so if we're not feeling very grateful, then we have some fear that is blocking us, or we're more tuned into the vibration of the fear realms. We're more identified with thoughts that are rooted in fear that are blocking us from being grateful. And so we can use gratitude to unblock our throat chakra. We can use compassion to allow us to have better boundaries. If we're not being compassionate towards ourselves, then we're not able to set boundaries because we end up suppressing what we actually need. We tell ourselves that we're not allowed to set this boundary. I'll try and give you an example. Like, let's say that it could be something as small as someone's invited you somewhere. And this is very common, that people will just say yes, even though it's a no for them. So what you're doing is you're crossing your own boundary. When you say yes, but your body is saying no, you're crossing your own boundary. The reason why we do this is because we're in fear. Often because we're in fear of how the other person is going to react. So when we are blocked in the heart chakra, we're blocking us out self-compassion, then we can't have compassion for that part of ourselves that is saying no. And when we put our compassion onto that part of ourselves that's saying no, and we really listen to it, and we say, okay, I want to honor how I'm feeling right now, because this is a no for me. How can I honor how I'm feeling? Notice what fear is blocking me from expressing how I truly feel to this person. And if I express how I truly feel to this person and they don't respect that, that is more a reflection of their state of consciousness. I need a wee. I hope that answered your question. Is it healthy to cross boundaries? No. It's not healthy to cross boundaries because you're creating this relationship where it kind of breaks trust, to be honest. When we cross our own boundaries, we decrease the trust that we have with ourselves. So when we cross other people's boundaries, we decrease the trust in the relationship. Let me go to the toilet, guys. I'll be back in a second. Welcome back to myself. Welcome back to everyone else as well. What is one advice you would give to your younger self? It's actually funny you say that because I literally am currently editing a video which is all about advice that I would give to my higher self as I've turned 30. So I'm not going to answer that question right now. I'm just going to say when that video comes out, which will be in the next few days, you can watch it and that question will be answered. And I have 3 things, like 3 lessons that I learned from 30 years of being on Earth, like my 3 lessons that came to me that I wanted to share. So, coming soon. Do you think much about your own boundaries and where they are? Yeah. Okay, so the way I think about boundaries is because I'm constantly listening to what's going on in my internal world. And it's like I know my boundaries are being crossed if I am, how do I explain? I think you have to really listen to what you want and what you like, what you don't like. These are your boundaries. What is it that you need? It could be like right now in this moment. Till Swan explains boundaries as like literally things that you like. So she even says that like having your favorite or like something that you like, your ice cream flavor is a boundary. Like if you like chocolate ice cream, that's a boundary. which is interesting to think about, you know? It's something so small like that. But it's like in relationships, what do you like? How do you want to be treated? Or even like, it's in the moment when someone asks you something and in your body you feel, or they ask you to do something. This happens a lot when it comes to people asking you for favors or asking you to help them out in some way. This is a really good test of your boundaries, because often we will do things for people even though our body is like drained, or we're feeling like we've already overextended. And then we say yes because we're like, oh, I should say yes. If you're saying to yourself, I should say yes, then you're crossing your own boundary. Your body in that moment is saying no. And so you want to work with that. What I would ask myself, why is my body saying no? Sometimes it's because I need payment for what I'm doing, for what I'm offering. And I literally ask myself, why is it that my body is saying no right now? And if inside I'm like, I don't want to do this without being paid. Okay, cool. Let me ask this person for money then. Like, it was only recently, the other day, where someone had asked me to cover them at their self-employment job, right? To do a service. And so I said I would cover them. But at first I didn't want to cover them because they told me how much they were paying me. But this person was my friend and they were going on holiday, so I wanted to help out. And there was a part of me that was like, I can't ask for more money. But then I also wanted to help, like they needed the help. So my options was to say no because it wasn't enough money for me, and then not be able to help them, or say to them, okay, the truth is I want to help you, but I need more money. And so I did. And I communicated that to them and I said, look, this is how much money I need in order to do this. Or is that possible for you? Like, would you be willing to pay me more? And she was like, yeah. Like, well done for asking. And so I really listened to myself. I could have just said, do you know what? I'm not going to bother asking. I'm just going to do this as a favor. Even though my body is like, I don't want to do this. I could have just like literally bulldozed that feeling and just done it anyway. But what would have happened is I would have been doing this work and I wouldn't have been wanting to do it. My body would have felt like drained. And so I really listen to my body when it's feeling drained, because usually that's because I'm crossing my boundaries in some way. Rajnav, I'm glad that you like this stream. Thank you for saying that. And you're welcome back anytime. Please do subscribe. I'm trying to reach 2K, guys, on the subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed and you're getting value from these lives, then please do. I'm from England, love. Where are you from? Kind of difficult to set boundaries because you'll be sorted out as the boring guy and uncool. Okay, so if you're scared to set a boundary because you're worried about someone, and this happens to all of us all the time, okay? We end up going against our boundary because we're worried about what someone's going to say about us. That we're not cool, that we're boring because we're not coming out, or whatever it is, but we're not drinking. For me in this situation, if this happened to me and someone started to say that I'm uncool because I was saying no to something, what I would realize in that moment is that, for one, this person is not honoring my boundary. This is not how I want to be treated in relationships. I value relationships where people respect my boundaries. And so I would ask the question, okay, why should I go against my own boundary to please someone that doesn't respect my boundaries? And often as well, we think that people are going to say things. Our mind is like, okay, I think that someone is going to think I'm boring because I'm setting my own boundary. And often that's not actually the case. If we communicate something in a clear and loving way, and this is where nonviolent communication comes in, the book. If we are able to clearly communicate from a place of love, often we don't actually get the responses that we thought we were going to get. And if we do, if someone's reaction is not a reflection of love, I'm not tolerating that kind of relationship anyway. I'm actually less inspired to hang around with this person because I'm drawn to people that know the importance of boundaries, that know the importance of everyone has their own needs. Thank you for subscribing, King of Emoji. You're creative for life. Yes, you can mod. Welcome. Have you been here before? Yes, Hannah. We are here in this healing space. I'm so happy. Do you feel that way? Did you experience that your boundaries were too strict or too loose? How did that feel? I did experience having no boundaries, guys. I remember when I first started learning about boundaries, my mind didn't even compute what boundaries were. I was like, what is a boundary? I don't understand. And so I had to learn what boundaries were. And then I realized, fuck, this is so important. I feel so much more respect for myself knowing that I can set a boundary. And for me, my boundaries were a lot to do with growing up. I grew up in a family and I love my parents. I love my family, but there is a lack of boundaries. I would experience for example, if I wanted to have my privacy, my door shut, sometimes members of my family wouldn't respect that boundary. They would want to come in anyway. And so I learned that my boundaries weren't important. I didn't actually know that boundaries existed because people didn't respect my boundaries growing up. And so that I didn't know that my boundaries were important. And so I would allow other people to also cross my boundaries. But I was crossing my own boundaries by doing that. And I had to learn the hard way. Sometimes people will try to cross your boundaries, especially if you haven't got firm boundaries, if you don't have the ability to set your boundaries, people can take advantage of you. It's like, unfortunately, this is what humans tend to do, is subconsciously, if you know that someone isn't respecting their own boundaries, humans tend to push that. They tend to take advantage of that subconsciously if we're not conscious of what we're doing. Because when part of this work as well, if you really start, when you start to feel into your own boundaries and understand what your own boundaries are, you can start to sense when other people are crossing their own boundaries. And you can help to make them aware of that. Like if someone is, for example, and it's really hard sometimes because I've been in relationships before where people don't understand how to say what they need, and they will almost, they don't have any sense of what they want. And there's probably some people in this chat that also experience this, where maybe you're in a relationship and you put the other person before yourself. And I was in a relationship like this before, where the guy I was with it was really hard to know what he wanted, because he just didn't know what he wanted himself. So he would always go with what I wanted, but then in the end he would get really resentful towards me because he felt like he was always doing what I wanted. But I was like, okay, like, what do you want? And then he wouldn't be able to say. It's like a self-sacrificing pattern. That's a whole nother story. But people can also, if you haven't got firm boundaries within yourself, they can start to use guilt to, this is why you have to be so conscious of what's going on in your internal world, because if someone is guilt tripping you and you're feeling guilty and you're letting that guilt control you into crossing a boundary, your own boundary, then you're going to lose trust for yourself, and there's going to be more distance created in the relationship, less intimacy, because what intimacy means is, into me, you see. So we're trying to be transparent with how we really feel, what we really want. Hannah, you said dreams have to come true, right? They just need to. I truly believe that our dreams, like in terms of our desires, are planted in our being from the universe, from our higher self. You want to follow them. Following your heart, following your dreams is your spiritual purpose. You were given those for a reason, a divine reason. Everyone's different for a reason. Something that you need to follow. You follow your excitement. When you get excited about something, you need to follow that. It's going to bring up fear. Like we were saying before, something as small as me enjoying singing and dancing. I didn't see myself as someone that likes to perform, someone that likes to be in the having attention on me. I had come so far away from my natural state of being because of all the fear that had accumulated, all of the beliefs that I'd accumulated about myself, that was not okay, that was not wanted from me. And so when I started to realize that this is something that I want to go towards, it brought up so much fear. Stuff I'm still working through. But every time I do, I get more liberated. I feel more myself. Okay, can't decide on name. I struggle to set boundaries. People always taking advantage. Reason being 100% of what you said. You're worried about what people will think or say. Can't make everyone happy, but can't help trying. One piece of advice I would give to you is start to get comfortable with people not being okay with your decisions. We have to do that. It's either you or them. Like, you're making yourself feel shit to avoid feeling shit because someone else feels shit. Wait, does that even make sense? Hang on. You're trying to avoid yourself. You're trying to avoid feeling the shitty feelings that come with someone else being upset. So you need to get comfortable with that feeling, basically. When someone else is not happy, we have to get comfortable with it. Be there with them. You know, talk through it with them if you can. Maybe you can't. Maybe they fly off the handle or they try to tell you that you're bad or wrong, but know that that is their state of consciousness. That's not compassion. That's not coming from love. And that's okay. That's something that they're dealing with. But we have to become comfortable with feeling that, not letting that feeling control us. Because what happens is our mind starts to go, oh, I need to get rid of this, I need to get rid of this. So the quickest way to get rid of it is to just do what they say. But when we learn to be comfortable with the feeling, we don't need to get rid of it. It's going to pass. It's going to pass in them. Emotions are always moving, so it will pass. And usually what happens is after the fact, it passes and then they see clearer and they're like, oh, okay, fair enough. Sometimes they don't even do what we thought they were going to do. I've learned this with people in my life where someone will ask me, I've had many experiences where someone has asked me, especially one of my family members, to do something. And in the past, I would just say yes because I'm scared. What's the reaction going to be if I say no? And so I started to say no. And sometimes I would get resistance from them. And they would try to tell me that I was wrong. I was selfish. Or I was bad for saying no. And so I had to sit with that. Ask myself, is this true? Am I bad? Am I selfish because I need to rest? No, I don't believe so. That's their projection. So I'm not going to fuel it. I'm not going to feed their projection by getting into an argument with them or trying to change how they feel. I'm going to say, okay, like, I understand that you feel that way, but I also need to rest. And I'm going to honor that. Having compassion for yourself whilst this is happening, because usually when this first happens to us, it's going to bring up the beliefs that, like, if someone is like, if you're scared that someone's going to say that you're bad or you're wrong or you're selfish or you're whatever it is, what's happening is this situation is reflecting a belief that you have about yourself. So you can use that situation to become aware of whatever that belief is. So for me, it used to be that I was selfish. If I don't say yes to doing this thing for this person, then I'm selfish. So then I had to really start to look into these beliefs and question them. And through that, I've been able to release these beliefs. What do you do when your own boundary is colliding with others' person's loyalty to, for example, the parents? Okay, thank you, Sultan, for your question. So for me, if my boundary is kind of, it's like everything I was just saying, you know, if I feel like I want to set a boundary, like I want to rest, and like my parents, like I have a loyalty to my parents, and they have these beliefs that if I rest, then I am, or they're trying to get me to do something and they want me to cross my own boundary by trying to convince me to do it by putting me down in some way, then I remind myself that by setting my own boundaries, I'm actually being loyal to my parents in the way that I am showing them that it's okay to say no. A lot of the time, the reason why our parents are crossing our boundaries is because they don't have boundaries themselves. So for in my example, I would find it hard to tell my family that I need to rest but I also watch my family doing the same things to themselves. They find it hard to say no. They're always burnt out. They don't know how to rest. They feel bad and they do things out of guilt, and then they have resentment for people because they didn't really want to do it. So what I've learned is that by setting boundaries, I'm stopping the feeding of the pattern, which is a very good thing, because these patterns, I see this from a higher perspective of I came down onto this planet to bring more consciousness onto the planet, to stop feeding our consciousness into unhealthy patterns. So I'm taking myself out of this perspective of like, I'm just a daughter. No, I'm a soul that came into this planet. And even as a daughter, to be honest, I am helping the consciousness of the planet. I'm helping the consciousness of my family line by setting my own boundaries. It's not healthy for them to have no boundaries. So by watching me set my own boundaries, it might be uncomfortable for them. They might have beliefs come up that they project onto me. But maybe that's helping them become aware of that in some way. And I do believe it does, because over time it has become a lot better and become a lot easier. And they respect my boundaries a lot more. They know that I'm going to say no if I don't want to do something. And I have had pushback before where people are like, she won't do what she doesn't want to do, as if that's a bad thing. And it's like, yeah, I don't do what I don't want to do. But I come from a family of people that self-sacrifice, that do things that they don't want to do. But then they will be resentful. I don't want to be resentful towards people. I'd rather do things for people when I want to do things for people. I don't even want people doing things for me if they don't want to do it, because I know that's going to create resentful towards me from them. And that's why if I can sense in someone that they don't want to do something, but they're crossing their own boundary, if I ask someone for something, for example, you know, if they can help me out, because it's important that we ask each other to help us out. We do depend on each other in some ways. If I ask someone for something and I can sense that they don't want to do it, but they are crossing their own boundary, I will bring that up. And I'll say, look, if you don't want to do this, I don't want you to do it. If you don't fully want to do this, please don't do it. I only want you to do it if it's actually in alignment for you. If not, I'll find someone else. You know, a lot of the time what happens when someone's asking someone to do something for them and they're trying to convince them, even though the other person doesn't want to do it, they're attached to that person doing this thing, but they don't realize that there's many other options. We have to start expanding our creativity into what are the alternatives, not being attached to this one way of getting this thing done. Who else could I ask that might want to do it? There's probably someone that actually wants to, or that I could pay. Welcome back, Jacob. Nice to see you. You know, Jacob, you said, as strange as it sounds, some people only have a non-awkward relationship with you if you're being dormant. So one of the things that just came to my mind from you saying that is that a lot of the time when we're going through a spiritual awakening and we start to awaken to these things, these patterns that we are allowing in our lives, that we are feeding into, it brings up the question of what kind of relationships do I want in my life? And so that can start this process of releasing relationships that are no longer in alignment. And this can bring up a lot of fear, because we might have fears that we're going to be alone. And so I myself have experienced a long period of time during my awakening where I felt very alone. Like I didn't have the people around me that were in alignment for me. And this was a period of, it was reconfiguration. I had to release the relationships in my life that were no longer in alignment. And I had to go through this period of being alone until I started to attract the people that I really wanted in my life. It's something that a lot of us have to face. We're not actually ever alone because there are people around. Maybe we choose to spend less time with people. That can help. We don't have to completely cut people off. We might want to change the relationship in some way, allow people less access to us, or communicate our boundaries. That can help with our relationships. But we have to become comfortable with being alone so that if it does come to the point where someone is acting in a way that is not okay, not in alignment with how we want to be treated, then we know that we are good. And that's a whole process in itself, getting to that place if we're not there yet. Because I even go through times myself, like where I am alone and I feel like it's too difficult. And then you end up wanting to settle for company that is not actually in alignment for what your higher self wants. And a lot of us are doing this, allowing patterns to play out with people that aren't in alignment because of the illusion of company. And it's an illusion. When we settle, we have forgotten our divinity. We've forgotten our true essence, which is always connected to love, infinite love. We are a channel for infinite love. Everyone say that to yourself right now. Love is infinite and I am a channel for it. This is the ultimate truth. Well, this is what I believe to be the ultimate truth. Love is infinite and I am its channel. And when we forget that, we end up settling for the illusion of company. Okay. I talked a lot, so there's a lot of comments here that I'm trying to catch up on. I'm hereby announced Tim Watkins, president of the Amy Association. Okay, Hannah, I just read your question. How should we measure productivity? Okay, let me just sit and see what comes through because I have no idea. Let's see. How should we measure productivity? For me, the way I measure my productivity, oh, God, this is a really interesting question. I'm finding it hard to get an answer for this one, but I'm just going to speak about me personally because I have a lot of karma when it comes to productivity, okay? Okay, I'm getting lots of stuff coming through now, which I'm finding interesting. So, my family line is a family line that values really hard work. They find it very difficult to rest. They are always doing stuff. And there's a lot of beliefs in my family line around being lazy if you're not doing enough. And obviously, it can be difficult to, like, how does one know if you're doing enough, you know? And I guess this is your question. So for me, I have had to really work with this part of myself because I notice that, and this is where I always talk about the cycle of creation and how rest is so important. And I've learned this from being in a family line that doesn't know how to rest, okay? This is something that I learned from Teal Swan, is that when we come into this body, when you come into this body, you have like a set of playing cards. And so some of these cards are positive, some of these cards are negative. And if you want to learn, for example, how to love, you might enter into a family that does not, or if you want to learn the importance of boundaries, you might enter into a family that has no boundaries, because that's going to push you into learning the importance of boundaries. If you, like for me, for example, that's something that I obviously chose. But for me, I also needed to learn the importance of rest. So I came into a family that did not know the importance of rest and has a lot of karma and blocks around rest. And so the way that I measure my productivity is all to do with, did I take it's difficult because it's different for different seasons, okay? I go through seasons where sometimes I am really productive and I have a lot of energy, and I also think it's different for women and men because we have a different cycle. But it really depends, like, on where I am in my cycle. If I am bleeding, for example, I am going to be less energetic. And so I'm not putting so much pressure on myself to be productive. And I also think it's important that we celebrate what we did. We celebrate the little things that we do. You know, I've tried to switch my mind to every day celebrating what I did, but not to the point where I am like telling myself that I didn't do enough. Usually when I say, for example, write down all the things that I did that day, say it could be the tiniest thing, like today I did a meditation this morning. And that's not a small thing, I know, but that's something that I find easy to do most days. But for some people, that might be really hard, so you can write that down. But even small things like, okay, today I tidied my room. Today I ate breakfast. And you're reminding yourself of all these things that you did. And so you're putting yourself in this state of mind of like, okay, I've been productive. I don't know if I'm answering your question. Tell me if I did. You know, Hannah, you said it was hard, and when you were a kid and you weren't loved by your parents. Was that because I'll be loved now I'm an adult? What it reminds me of is that when I was a kid, for example, I remember being excluded from the group, right? So that taught me And that was the most painful experience for me, that I learned that I never want anyone to feel like that. So I know the importance of inclusion. And so maybe for you, if your parents weren't loving you, it's taught you something about how to love others. And maybe it's still teaching you that. Yes, consistency does start from tiny things. Thank you, Akatsuki guy. Yeah, I fully agree. I really do try to look at the little things in life, and then that gets me motivated to do more, honestly. And if I'm tired, because what I was saying before about rest and my issues with rest is that I have dealt with, and I still notice this come up for me, is that when it's time to rest for me, my ego can get in the way and start to tell me that I am gonna fail or that I'm lazy. Comes up a lot. And so I've really had to tune in, and it really helped me to learn about the cycle of nature, and that we actually have this natural cycle where we go in and out of periods of, especially for women, and it happens for men too, but the cycle of creation is that we go in and out of periods of needing to rest and needing to be productive. And that when that period of time comes that I need to rest, it's my conditioning has taught me to push through it and keep going anyway. But what I've realized is that this is very bad for my creativity. This is very bad for me being in alignment and actually doing what the divine wants me to do. Because if I'm pushing past that period of rest, I'm not able to get that nutrients of the rest. And there's so much nutrients that we get from rest, because we're not just resting on a physical level, we're resting on a spiritual level as well. Like during that period of intense productivity, we have gained a lot of knowledge from the actions that we have taken. And so that period of rest is very important for us to reflect. It's like if you were a farmer and you were about to sow new seeds, like today, okay? So today is the first day of spring. So it's very good for this analogy of this cycle of creation. The period that we just went through, which was winter, if you were a farmer, is the period of reflection. How did your last year go? When you sowed your seeds, when you were tending to your crops, all the things that you did, how did your plants turn out? What went well? What didn't go so well? This is what you're doing when you're resting, when you're in this winter period, this period of gestation, of stillness. You're really reflecting on what went well and what didn't go well. If you don't do that, you're going to go into the next season without the wisdom. And you're going to make the same mistakes. So that's why, and that was what was holding me back a lot, was my ego was getting in the way, saying you can't rest. So even when I was resting, my mind wasn't resting. And so I wasn't able to reflect. And so I wasn't getting out of that rest period the nutrients that I could have got out of it. Reflection is so key. And it's like, you see this with athletes, right? There's this guy called Barefoot Charles, guys. Barefoot Charles on YouTube. And he is like this boulder climber. And he is like one of the best boulder climbers in the world at the moment, I think. And he's so cool. And he really does value his rest. Because he knows that for his body to keep up leveling, like the infinite intelligence of the body, it has to go through this rest period so that it can like the cells in your body, they start to, they rebuild themselves. It's the same when people weight train. Like weight trainers know, and the best weight trainers know, that rest is important. Recovery is important. You stretch your muscles, you tear your muscles, and then they have to go through that rest period to repair. And then you go again. If you just keep on pushing through the pain, and not allowing for recovery, then you're going to cause yourself an injury, or you're not going to, it's just a waste of energy, honestly. It's happening. The funny thing is these concepts are happening to us on all levels: physical, spiritual, emotional, which is spiritual, on a mental level. These things are all happening. That's why I love to look at nature. I love to observe nature, because everything in nature is symbolistic, and it's happening all around us in our own body. We are nature, so the outer world is very much reflected in our inner world. How nature works is very much reflected in our inner world. And when we start to tune in with nature, and we observe nature, and we start to live in harmony with it, then we start to actually be at more peace, and we are more efficient. We go a lot further. Okay, someone said, what religion do you think helps for spiritual enlightenment? I don't know how to answer that question, because I'm not religious. I personally like to learn from all different types of religions, spiritual traditions, and I honestly think that the things that have helped me spiritually are the things that connect in all the religions. When you can connect lessons and they all are in alignment with universal law, that's what I think is the best for spiritual enlightenment. Looking into spiritual law, into universal law. What are the laws of the universe? Look into Hermetic principles. These are the laws that govern our universe. Like, for example, the law of cause and effect. This is all tied to manifestation. Every action has a consequence. Every thought has a consequence. Thoughts are the cause, and the manifestation is the effect. Manifestation is just a cause. Manifestation is just an effect of a cause. And so this is the law of the universe. One of the laws of the universe. Every single thought that we are thinking is going to have a consequence. And that's why we need to tend to our inner world. That's why Neville Goddard said, I don't know if it was actually him, but it might have been him in an AI video, but it was such a good analogy anyway. It's like, what crops are you tending to? The seeds that you sow are going to be, the plants that grow in a field depend on the seeds that have been sowed and tended to. And this is very reflective of your thoughts. Your thoughts are seeds. What seeds are you tending to? This is the cause. And the effect is going to be what plants grow. I'm reading your comments about the fan club name, guys. It's making me laugh. I don't know what to say to that, honestly. I think all religions have both the positive and the negative. There is going to be the dark and the light within both of them, because they are a manifestation of the human mind, the human creation. Okay, not every part of it. Let me scrap what I just said. Religion is a manifestation of the human condition, our state of consciousness. And so it's going to have both the dark and the light mixed in with it. And so we have to be very discerning when we're reading and learning about religion. I think there's a lot of good things in both Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism. There's a lot of stuff that we can learn. There's a lot of also illusion. Someone said, how can we talk with the dead? I don't know, because it's not something I do. But thank you for your question anyway. Trees help us to get spiritual. Yeah, I agree. When we tune in with nature, because we are nature. So someone said, what is spirituality? And I want to insert the definition that Eckhart Tolle says. And he says that spirituality has nothing to do with your belief. It has everything to do with your state of consciousness. Thanks for the hug, Hannah. Do you like music? I love music. Guys, I'm always dancing on my Instagram. If you want to see me doing like the things that I actually enjoy to do, then go to my Instagram, because mostly on YouTube, what I'm doing is I'm talking about spiritual stuff and I am explaining concepts or things that I've learned. But on my Instagram, I also share more of like the things I like to do, like dance and my art and the creations that I create that are all very tied to my spirituality as well. My Instagram is Amy Louise Samp. It's the same as my YouTube handle. I'm from England, guys. Okay, Hannah. Any more books you've learned from? I've learned from many books. What kind of stuff are you interested in? Like, is there anything that's calling you at the moment? Any topics? Thank you, Tim, for following me on Instagram. I'll follow you back later. Amy, can I ask you something? I found this thing online that is like something you listen to, that is like a wave of sound that makes your growth plates open. Is that true? I mean, what is it? Is it some kind of frequency? Like, is it, I don't know. Can you tell me? Because I would be interested to know myself, to be honest. What's your orientation? What does that mean? What's an orientation? I've never read the Gita, no. But I have it at home. Someone gave it to me, so maybe I'll read it one day. I'm interested in telekinesis. Me too. Can you hear my belly rumbling? I'm really hungry. One whole sound of hertz. Yeah, I listen to a lot of frequency music, like 423 and 528. 528 hertz. Very good for relaxation. I listen to that stuff a lot, and I've been doing that for years, and it really helps me to find stillness and calm. Do I sing? Do you know what? I love to sing. I posted my first ever singing video on my story today, and I actually wasn't even scared about it. Like, I've grown so much because I never would have done that before. And I literally posted it and was just like, release to the world. Into the wild I'll go. And yes, they're my real eyes. Think and Grow Rich is definitely also a good one, yes. Hannah, wait, did you say what kind of book that you wanted? I didn't see a comment. Mm. Yes, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. I love that book. I'm actually halfway through it at the moment. I started reading it last year and then I had a break, but I'm still doing the things that it said, and it's really very helpful. Any you recommend I know will be good for me? Since I know that you are creative, Hannah, I would recommend that you read Big Magic by, I've forgotten her name, Elizabeth. Let me just check. Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert. So good. I've read that a few times. I actually have Audible, so I do listen to audio books as well. So yes, that's the one that came to me right now. Did you start reading Women Code? Amy, I'm furious with this game. We are so bad. What game? Oh, who is Manchester United playing against? Oh, nice, Hannah. How's it going? Are you enjoying it? Everyone, if you haven't yet, can you please hit the like button? Very good for my channel and my lives. If you're here and you're enjoying, maybe we can get it to 100 before I go, but I don't know. How do I get over my ex? Okay. That is, I feel like I need to know more. What's the situation? Are you still talking with your ex? Are you friends? Are you still like having a situationship? What's the situation? Rose of Court of Thorns. My friend loves that. I just don't read like stories very much. I'm very much into reading non-fiction. Obviously, I just read spiritual stuff all the time. Spiritual, business, creative. That's the kind of stuff I love. Or philosophy. Astrology. She was my first girlfriend and first everything, and was about to marry her, but I couldn't. Now I can't move on. Hun, honestly, I send you my love, because the first heartbreak is always the worst. Like, I really do have compassion for you, because it's fucking hard, honestly. It can be really, really challenging to lose your first partner. Just honestly have compassion for yourself. This is like, because I can't go into this deeper with you here, you know, if I could, then I would talk to you about it for longer and see what it's bringing up for you and stuff, and see if we can help try and move that. But honestly, the advice that I would give to you is have compassion for that part of yourself that is hurting. Because right now, it's so hard losing someone. Honestly, I feel like it's one of the hardest experiences that we have here on earth is losing our loved ones. And it's inevitable, and it fucking sucks. Sorry for my language, but it does. It's shit. There's no way around it. All you can do is feel it. Really feel it. You have to go towards that shit. Like, really go into it. Have compassion for yourself. And actually, right now, I just want everyone, if you want to and you feel called to just put your hand on your heart and just take a deep breath into your heart. And just imagine sending loving light energy into your heart, or anywhere in your body that currently needs attention. Anywhere that you have pain. If you've lost someone recently and you can feel it in your body, grief or depression, sadness, like this emptiness, send your attention into that place and just say to yourself, I am completely here with you now. And it might bring up some emotion, and that's okay. You might want to release that emotion. And just keep saying to yourself, I'm completely here with you now. This is how we have compassion for ourselves, guys. Give yourself a hug. Give yourself a spiritual hug. Give yourself an energetic hug. And I send anyone that's in this chat right now that is dealing with grief, dealing with the loss of a loved one, let's all just send each other a hug. Send each other love. Send ourselves love. Maybe you can feel it, because I personally feel like I can feel the energy field of the group sometimes, especially when someone tells me something. It's like I can feel it in my heart. Maybe you can feel it yourself, like the things that other people are going through on the planet can get quite heavy. And so just really like feeling that in your own body and just sending love to them areas. Okay, Hannah, I'm going to go soon too, my love. Also, to the person that said, Idiot Fox, that like that you were dealing with this, I just want you to know that it will pass. And you said that my issue is that I don't like going on dates anymore with new people. Feels like an interview. Am I still unhealed? How long has it been since you last spoke to your ex, or that you broke up? And it's completely normal to feel like that. It's completely normal to feel like you don't want to go on dates anymore. Trust me. It will pass, but just know that this is a normal thing to feel. And you're not alone in that feeling. Bye, Hannah. Good night, my love. Have a good sleep. I think I've been streaming for about 3 hours. 6 months since a breakup. Honestly, idiot Fox, my first breakup, and I don't say this to scare you, but like I was really sad about it for at least a year. And I don't say that in a way to like scare you that this isn't going to pass, but just to say that like it is normal and it will get easier. Time, I know it's so cliche to say, but time does heal, but also like allowing yourself to feel will help it to move a lot quicker. Like really like sitting with yourself. It's like, it can be one of the most challenging things, but it is what helps us to spiritually mature, is to really feel the grief. Go into it, like literally go towards it with your consciousness, with your focus, wherever it is in your body. Practice continuing saying to yourself, I'm completely here with you now. I'm completely here with you now. Every day, check in with yourself and just say, I'm completely here with you now. Feel that compassion, feel the love, feel yourself sending love to yourself as if you're literally comforting someone else. That's how we want to treat ourselves. And start to lift that a little bit. I'm sending you love, hun. I really do have compassion for people that are going through breakups, honestly, because I've felt I've had some really challenging times with separating with people, and I find it is one of the most difficult things. Thank you, Red Devil. Thank you, Alex, for coming tonight. I'll see you in the next one, hopefully. Thank you, Tim, for modding. Even though I don't fully see the practicality of your methods, I genuinely admire your efforts. Props to you for trying to cheer people up. The world needs more people like you. Thank you, hun. Appreciate you. Oh, you're welcome, idiot Fox. Even though I don't like that you call yourself an idiot. I don't like saying it, okay? I hope you feel better. Okay, can't decide on name. Feels like we covered a lot of what I've been working on. Thanks, Amy. Thanks to the mods. Quote for the day. Sometimes the wrong choices bring us to the right places. Hallelujah. Sometimes. Guys, if you're here in the chat, say hello. Hey guys. What's the video about? Well, we're talking about, I'm doing a question, a Q&A, and we were just talking about relationships and the grief that comes from losing a partner, separation, how challenging it can be. Also, I find it's really interesting what you said when can't decide on name, that it feels like we've covered a lot of what I've been working on. I always find that I believe that when you're in like a group setting like this, that some people will ask questions and it's often something that many people in the group need to answer as well, because our vibration brings us together with people that are having similar patterns with us. Hi from Croatia, welcome. I've never been to India, no, but I do plan to go. Is there any topics that you want me to go into deeper, guys? Thank you, God, for this beautiful water. I just want to say that something I think that's really important and something that has really helped me on my spiritual journey is really being conscious with the elements that I'm interacting with, whether that is in nature, speaking to the trees, listening to the trees, or speaking to my water. It might sound really weird to some people, but what I've noticed is when I do this, I build a relationship with water, and I feel like I have so much love when I drink it. So I say to the water, I love you. I love you. Thank you for hydrating me. Makes me feel more gratitude as well. Connecting. Tim, if you want to leave, I understand, my love. It's okay. How to choose the right partner. Okay, someone else also said, is it fair blocking someone after a breakup? I think that if you need to do that in order to keep your peace, then it's okay. So, talk about how to choose the right partner. Thank you, last one. I appreciate your comment. Let's see. For me, the first thing that comes to mind when choosing the right partner is it really does come with knowing yourself, what you value, because I think values are really important when it comes to our relationships. We need to have the same values as our partner. We need to value the same things so that we are compatible. We often don't know what we value as well. So learning what you value is going to be really important. And also, you learn from your past relationships what you don't like and what didn't feel good for you. And that is all information for your future relationship, the relationship that you are calling in. For me, I literally write down everything that I want in a partner. Like, I'm very descriptive with it, and I'm very detailed with it. I also think about how I want to feel in a relationship. I want to feel secure. I want to feel loved. I want to feel stable. I want to feel there is trust. You know, that these are all things that are very important to me. So thinking about these things, and then getting to know people really well. I think that's one thing I've learned from being in relationships, is that to really take your time to get to know people. It takes a long time to really get to know people. And honestly, you're always getting to know someone. Always. You're never going to get to the bottom of someone. We're all so complex. Taking your time to get to know someone before you rush into anything that will increase the attachment that you have to them. Like, I feel like that's something that we end up doing, is that we get very attached to people before we've even decided if they're the right one for us. I haven't gone to church. I'm not Christian, my love. But I love Jesus. I don't support war. No. And guys, if you enjoy these lives, please do subscribe, because I am trying to get to 2K. And so it would be very helpful. I don't go to church, guys. Hi from India. Welcome. It's nice to have you here, guys. How wise are you? How does one answer that question? Hello from Greece. Nice. It's 10 o'clock here. Whereabouts are you? Can't decide on name. David Squish. Hi, Green Queen. Thank you, my love. Ah, thank you. Vish. I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry. But thank you. I appreciate it. I receive your beautiful words. How does the statement all whites and eartheists feel to you? I don't know. What does that mean? It doesn't really feel like anything because I don't get it. Scotland, right? You give me Rapunzel vibes. I love that. I love Tangled. It's a funny movie. It's supposed to be our earthiest. What does that mean? Okay, Scene saying, I hate my life, it's pathetic, the plight of the world, my state of mind Everything is fucked. I'm filled with regrets and anxiety. What I'm going to say to you, Scene Sane, is please bring some more compassion to yourself. Obviously, there's parts of yourself that are feeling like you are pathetic or your life is pathetic. And you're noticing that your state of mind is filled with regrets and anxiety. If anyone else is experiencing this right now, I want you to, or I invite you to, bring your attention to these parts of yourself. Where in your body can you feel this anxiety or this regret? And have compassion for it. Literally say to yourself, I'm completely here with you now. Say to those parts of yourself, I'm completely here with you now. We're not trying to change it. We're not trying to get rid of this feeling. We're literally just being with it. This is what helps to start moving it. Bringing more compassion into our body starts to raise our vibration. Telling yourself it's normal, like it's completely normal that I feel this way, and I'm here with you. I'm sending love to you, my hun, at this time. Sending you a big hug. Have you ever fallen in love? Yes. Okay, bye, Tim. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Sending love to you, Tim. Sending you hugs. My reference for love is through anxiety attachment style. I feel you. Thank you for your kind words. I did feel your energy, but I will be honest. It's a byproduct of clinical depression. My mind is so deep in it this time. I'm not able to pull myself out. I want to say to you that if you feel called to speak to me about this, like in private, you're more than welcome to. Send me an email. Because I feel like it's something that we would want to go into a little bit deeper off of the live. And I would love to help you in any way that I can. If you feel called to, no pressure, of course, but the invitation is there. And you can find my email in the description. I'm sending you a big, big, big hug. Yes, you're not alone, Jacob. You're not alone. Many, many, many of us are struggling right now. And yeah, it can be very heavy on earth during this time. That's why we're trying to send as much compassion out into the ethers as possible. Do you pray? Yes, I do pray. Every day. All day. I'm well, thank you, Captain Place. Thank you for asking me. My love, how are you? What's your favorite affirmations for morning I can do? Actually, funny you ask, because I have my affirmation book right here. So let me read you some. Okay. I'm going to read you a page of my affirmations, okay, guys? Take these in, repeat them into your mind. So good. Okay. Love is infinite, and I am its channel. I accept nothing that contradicts that truth. I'm going to repeat it. Love is infinite, and I am its channel, and I accept nothing that contradicts that truth. The divine does not explain its worth to anyone. The divine does not explain its worth to anyone. I am not afraid of letting go, for I know I can never lose what is truly mine. I am not afraid of letting go, for I know that I can never lose what is truly mine. I do not beg for loyalty, I command it through my certainty. I do not beg for loyalty, I command it through my certainty. I do not argue for love, I dwell in it and I allow the unworthy to fall away. I do not argue for love, I dwell in it and allow the unworthy to fall away. Settling is not patience. Settling is forgetfulness. To settle is to temporarily abandon your true self in exchange for the illusion of company. Settling is not patience. Settling is forgetfulness. To settle is to temporarily abandon your true self in exchange for the illusion for company. Illusion of company. Okay. I remember my divinity and I am full within. I am whole. I love deeply, but I love myself first. I love deeply, but I love myself first. My softness is born from my strength. My softness is born from my strength. I am open to what matches my vision. I am open to what matches my vision. What must remain will remain. What must remain will remain. I do not compromise on love because I know what real love feels like. Expansive, complete, honoring. I do not compromise on love because I know what love feels like. Real love. What real love feels like. Expansive, complete, and honoring. I hold the vision and I allow the world to stretch to it. I hold the vision and I allow the world to stretch to it. If it does not reflect my inner claim, it has no place in my life. If it does not reflect my inner claim, it has no place in my life. Where are we? The more loyal I am to myself, the more loyal the world is to me. The more loyal I am to myself, the more loyal the world is to me. I choose myself, and so others cannot help but choose me. I choose myself, and so others cannot help but choose me. I assume I embody, and so I am met. I assume I embody, and so I am met. I remember my divinity. I remember my divinity. Love moves through spiritual law. Love moves through spiritual law. I am chosen. I am the one that is always chosen. I'm the one that is always loved. I am the one that is wanted. I am the one who is seen. I am the one who is adored. I do not argue for love. I dwell in it. I dwell in it and I allow the unworthy to fall away. I do not argue for love. I dwell in it and I allow the unworthy to fall away. If it does not reflect my inner claim of love, then there's no place for it in my life. If it does not reflect my inner claim of love, it has no place in my life. I have no tolerance for anything that does not reflect my inner claim of love. I am not afraid of letting go, for I know I can never lose what is truly mine. Okay, someone said, can you give me that note, please? Send me an email and I will send you an email with these affirmations on it. My email is in the description. Just send me an email and just say affirmations and I'll send you the notes. This does define boundaries, yes. I feel you, See Insane. I really do. It's actually very normal that you never feel safe. This world, it's in the world that we're in right now. Honestly. One thing that I do when I don't feel safe is I start to look around and I really I ask myself, am I actually safe in this moment? In this very moment, is there anything happening that is not safe that could help? There's also a, how are you so positive? Do you not struggle? I do struggle, actually. I go through a lot of emotional turbulence, but I have cultivated a lot of self-compassion. When I'm going through really difficult times, I put so much energy into working with myself and being there for myself. And sometimes it's easier than others. Other times I have to remind myself that it's going to pass. And sometimes I just listen to spiritual teachers because that's what soothes my mind. Obviously, like you guys are now, listening to other people talking about this stuff can be really soothing. And so, no, I'm not always positive. Some days I am really struggling myself. But those times are where I get these inspirations to say, like, all the stuff that I'm telling you guys is stuff that I do myself. It's how I get through life. It's how I help myself stay in peace. It's how I transform the challenges. So when I go through something challenging, which happens a lot because I'm a very emotional person, or when I'm going through a darker period, I find spiritual teachings and then I practice them, and then that goes into my subconscious, and then I share them because I know it helped me so much, so I know that it will probably help someone else. And for me, when I'm doing that, that's when I feel the most myself. So obviously you're seeing me in this state where I feel like I was here to do this, you know? I'm definitely not always positive, but I definitely have my harder times where I'm feeling lonely and I'm feeling really crappy, but I really do sit with myself. And that's one thing I have learnt that is the biggest thing that anyone could do to help themselves to heal is to feel what is going on inside of your body. Send yourself love. There's meditations online called Loving Kindness Meditation. Listen to one of those meditations and do what it says. Really give yourself compassion. We are in a state in the world where there is not enough self-compassion. Who taught you? So many teachers. I listen to a lot of different spiritual teachers. I have a lot of interest and fascination with spirituality, and I have been for the last 10 years. It's never left me since I started learning about it. And so I like to learn from many, many different spiritual teachers and philosophers. It's just something that I am extremely interested in and helps me because I'm such an emotional person. It really helps me to get through it. I write in my gratitude journal every day, guys. Look. So, I mean, I do a lot of spiritual practices. Like, I am so on it with my gratitude. This is something that I find is so important. Every day. This is a big book. And then these post-it notes are basically little like tips to help you to how to write in your gratitude journal. And you can write these things down, and if you want me to email this over to you, then please do send me an email and I'll do that. But basically, prompts to help you write in your gratitude journals, things that you feel grateful for, things that you appreciate, things that you recognize the value of, things that you're happy that you have had or that you have. Small and big things, things that you are pleased with, things that you like, things that you are happy you got to experience, things that you see the positive in. So something you can do in your gratitude journal is take anything in life that is negative or unwanted and try to separate the positive that might be there. This is something that you really should do, Seen-Sane. If like that you could do, I mean, if you feel called to do this, which I highly recommend, is if the situations in your life that you're seeing as negative or that is unwanted, try to separate out what is positive from that situation. Like, for example, let me think of an example. But when the mind is so noisy and stuck, it's loop, it's so hard to see. Everything feels blurry right now. Yes, that's very normal. Your mind is like cloud, literally like a big cloud, and it's probably very difficult for you to feel at peace when it's like that. Try to bring your attention to the feeling that you're having and keep your attention there. Keep bringing your attention back to the feeling. The thing that happens when we get stuck in the mind, especially, is like we try to get rid of the feeling. The mind is like trying to get rid of whatever it is that you're feeling right now. Whereas you want to do the opposite. You want to go into it. And know that this isn't going to necessarily get rid of the feeling straight away. But when you do this, it will start to move over time. Know that it's a very powerful practice. And I can say this from experience. I can be in such a low place sometimes and I'm doing this practice and it feels like nothing's happening. And it's like, why, God? Why am I feeling this right now? Why do I have to go through this right now? But when I really sit with it, I can't even tell you the benefits that come from that. And you're right that it's a loop because emotions create thoughts and then thoughts create emotions. It is a loop. And when we get stuck in this loop, our stream of consciousness is stuck in this loop, we have become unconscious. And so what you need to do is bring your attention into the feeling to stop that loop. Because then you can only ever be focused, you can only ever be fully conscious with one thing at a time. Like your full consciousness can only be conscious with one thing at a time. So if you bring your attention to the feeling, you're no longer feeding those negative thoughts. And that's That's like what you can do right now. Just bring your attention to the feeling, and in a relaxed way. You're not trying to change it. The minute you try to change the feeling or try to get rid of it, you've come back into the mind. And you're adding resistance onto the resistance. So bringing your attention into the body, locating where can you feel in your body the feelings that you've got, the anxiety or those challenging feelings. You don't even have to label it. Whereabouts in your body can you feel it? Can you locate it in your body? Seem sane? I'm asking you. It's always the chest, like a heaviness in the chest. Sometimes my whole body feels weak, like a sense of hopelessness settles in. I mostly sleep it off, but it's there. Okay. So where you can feel that in the chest, I want you to, or I invite you to, for the next however long, honestly, there's no time frame, but start to have a practice each day, 20 minutes a day, of bringing your attention into that heaviness in your chest and just allow it to be felt. I'm not trying to get rid of it. You might notice your mind might say something like, when is this going to go? We want to bring our attention back to the feeling when that happens, because as soon as the mind starts to say, like, why is this not moving? You've come out of compassion and you've come into this kind of self-abandoning energy of like, I just want you to live. Imagine if your friend was in the room, right? And they were upset. And you said to them, oh, for God's sake, when are you just going to stop being upset? Like, that's what we're doing to ourselves when our mind starts to say, oh, when is this feeling going to go? So if you notice yourself starting to think thoughts like that, bring your attention back to the feeling. And just be with it. Say to the feeling, I'm completely here with you now. And you can use your breath to send that intention into that feeling. I'm completely here with you now. I'm not saying this to try and change you. I just want you to know that I'm here with you. I'm completely here with you now. You can do that for 20 minutes. See if you can start to feel anything ease. But if it doesn't, it's okay. Over time, it will. Just trust that when you feel an emotion fully, it has no other option but to move. That's what it wants. Your emotion wants to be felt. It's literally screaming for your attention. That's what emotions are doing. They're messages. They are. So I have to observe that feeling, but not engage with it, almost like a child that needs attention. You are engaging with it when you're feeling it. You're engaged 100% like a child that needs attention. Yeah, I do treat my feelings like they are child parts of myself, because they are. I almost go into this motherly energy when I feel my higher self coming online when I say to myself, I'm completely here with you now. Like I really am giving myself an energetic hug and I'm treating that part of myself like it is a child. And it might make you cry. It might make you feel a bit like emotional and like you have compassion for yourself, you know? It can be really challenging. You want to be so easy with yourself and yes, feeling it and you can engage with it. You can ask it questions. If you want to go deeper into this practice, you don't have to, you can just feel it and that is enough to heal. But you can also go into it further and say to yourself, you want to, with the intention of understanding, it's important that you have the intention of understanding. You can ask it questions. What do you want me to know? What is it that you want me to know right now? I'm here, I'm listening. I want to understand. And then listen, is there anything that this part of you wants you to know? Is there anything that it's saying? Maybe it's saying, I feel so alone. You know, if you notice thoughts like that coming up, have compassion for those beliefs, for those thoughts. You don't have to believe them. You don't have to take them as fact. But becoming aware of them starts to release them from your grip. It starts to release the belief that we have, the identification that we have to these thoughts. If you have a thought come up that says, you know, I'm so alone, or I feel like I'm just so alone, then send in compassion to that part of yourself that is feeling that. When you do this, you start to disidentify with that part of yourself. You see it. You create space between you, your higher self, and that part of you that is in pain. Because it's not actually you. It's not the deeper part of you. It's not your soul. It's something that is stuck in your human subconscious. And we can start to create space between patterns and beliefs that we have and our true selves. The true self is the one that's observing this emotion. If you're able to feel your emotion, if you're able to engage with it and you're able to observe it, then now you can realize that that's not you. And then when we realize that it's not us, we create space between the real self and the part of us that is in pain. And that can start to create some relief. That's why it feels heavy, maybe. Like you said, it's not me. It's like a burden on sitting inside, taking space. Yeah, and it's also, it's in pain. Like this part of you that you feel, this part of you that is in pain, that part of you is actually in, like, how do I explain this? The emotion is actually in pain. Like and if you can imagine that that part of you is in pain, you can almost imagine like actually having compassion for that part of yourself that is in pain. Do you meditate? If yes, what meditation? Yes, I do meditate. Thank you for asking me, Drizzy Riz 12. this process that I'm talking about right now is a meditation. We're focusing. Meditation is when you focus on something, you choose to put your complete focus on something. So we can meditate in so many different ways. And I do lots of different meditations. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for subscribing, Michael. I appreciate it. Do you do chakra meditations? Yes, I do chakra meditations. I do all the different meditations are connected to different chakras. So if you want to do like a heart-based meditation, a heart chakra meditation, it's going to be all connected to love and compassion. What I'm talking about now with Seen Sane is all to do with unblocking the heart chakra. If we're not able to have compassion for ourselves, it's because that we have some blocks around our heart chakra, and it could be others as well. Okay, Seen Sane, thank you, Amy. I will sit with myself and not run away from it. My only fear is, what do I do in the moment when it gets too heavy? Like if I'm mid-meditation and it feels heavy and overwhelming, well, know that you can come out of it if you want to, if it feels too difficult. You don't have to put all of your attention on that. You can then bring your attention out and put your attention on something else. For example, you might want to play some music and put your attention on that instead. Or you might want to eat something, eat some chocolate, put your attention on the chocolate instead. So you can come out of that if that is what feels like needs to be done. But also, if you feel emotion, because usually what happens when we start to tune in with difficult emotions, or feelings, we can start to have emotions arise. Maybe you feel the need to cry. And I would maybe encourage you to allow that flow of emotion, allow that release. Let it come out and then come back, maybe, and then do some other presence practice, like I was saying, or some gratitude practice to bring yourself back into a different state. But it's really important that we allow emotions to flow. You might want to do a bit of movement. For me, when I get overwhelming emotions like anxiety, it really helps me to move, to dance, or to do some yoga, to get into the body in that way. And what I do as well is, like, if I'm feeling this, like, because I feel it in my chest a lot too, I will literally move my chest. I'm literally like this. And sometimes I sound it out. I'm like, sorry, this guys might seem weird, but like, I will literally be like moving it with my sound and like just allowing it to just express how it wants to express. Sometimes my face is like I just want to let it all out, you know? Sometimes I want to do that. If it feels too overwhelming and heavy, you always have the choice to stop, to focus on something else. Oh, Dan, I didn't know you were here. Thank you, hon. Do you teach meditations? I do. I do one-to-ones, and I do a lot of meditation practices during my one-to-ones. Very powerful. Nice one, Dan. Welcome. Good to see you. Meditation has a negative feeling by mainstream media, but actually is a very practical activity for brain maintenance, nothing more. I love meditation. I mean, yeah, I've been doing it for a good time, long time. I've been meditating for 10 years consistently, and I find that I can't actually really, I can't really function very well if I'm not meditating, to be honest. It's not that I can't function, but it's just I'm not in my highest state. So it helps me to be a lot more clear and connected with my higher self. Okay, Scene saying, yeah, I know what you mean. My jaw feels tight due to stress, and when I chew a gum or even as simple as a yawn, it really makes a difference. Yes, I fully feel you. The yawns are really good for releasing energy. I find yawns to be really like, oh, I don't know. Thank you. I'm glad I stumbled upon your live. Didn't expect this. Oh, you're so welcome, my love. Please subscribe so that you see the future ones. I'm glad that it's helped, honestly. Sometimes we just need little reminders. Like I used to, one of the reasons why I watch spiritual content all the time is because I sometimes need reminding of certain things. Like our mind can get so crazy sometimes, and we forget. We just forget like these simple practices that we just need to be told sometimes. And so like the amount of times, like for 10 years I've been listening to the same stuff. Like, and I'm like, shit. Okay, I needed that reminder. Yes, send me an email, my love. It'd be nice to chat. Hey, welcome. Oh. Why do you think I make a terrible sandwich? Do you know what? Last year on my birthday, I made sandwiches for everyone, and everyone said that they were the best sandwiches that they'd ever had. So you are wrong, Mr. Dan Byrne. I make a good sandwich. And I have proof of that as well. My friends will back me on that sandwich statement. And they were vegan. They were vegan sandwiches that I served to non-vegan people. And they still said it was the best sandwich that they've ever had. That's an achievement. Can you cook African food? I can make jollof rice. And I can make what African food can I make? You know what? Some of my Nigerian friends have taught me how to make like curries. I don't know if it's curry, but yeah, it's kind of a curry, I guess. Or like this pasta stuff that they make. I don't know if it's Nigerian food, but I guess it is because I don't know, they just cook it and they showed me. So it's inspired. I haven't ever made a soup, and I don't eat meat anymore. So you're a monster. All sandwiches need meat. Well, I think you're a monster, okay? I could change your mind as well about all sandwiches needing meat fully. Like, challenge accepted. Did I see you at the Great Barrier Reef? No! I fucking wish. That'd be sick. Normally people don't go to the UK for food, but maybe now the sandwich is a game changer. I'm really hungry, guys. I haven't even had dinner. I love jollof rice as well. Subbed already. You legit gave me the chills. You know when you sit in a temple or a calm space or aura, that goosebumps you get of care and calm. You really helped. I hope I carry it with me. Oh, thank you for saying that. Honestly, I'm going to screenshot that because that actually is something that I need to hear sometimes. Thank you. And yes, you're welcome back anytime. I really, that's why I honestly feel like, what other reason is there to be on earth other than to share the things that we've learned to help others? Well, for me. And to be of service in any way that we can. It really does make me feel good. Feel better. More empowered. When's that a thing, vegan darling, are we? Huh? You know Thanos? Yes. It's 222 minutes, guys. Guys, if you haven't liked this live already, please could you like if you're getting any value from this, because it really does help my live streams. And if you haven't subscribed as well, subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying and you want to see more lives in the future. I do want to get to 2K. Yeah, you made me hungry now. Snack time. I'm hungry too, man. I'm going to eat, but it's like 10:45 here. I ain't a creep. I just think you have lovely eyes. Thank you. Appreciate it. What's your favorite food? Oh, I don't really have a favorite food because I like variety. But I also am changing all the time. I love curry. I love savory food, honestly. That's like my favorite thing. Oh, Dan, I thought you said tacos, and now I'm like, Dan Burn. Be careful. Because I might just mute. Do you think food has a lot of impact on feelings? I do. I really do. Because I feel like it's such a important thing for us to be aware of what our body wants to eat. This is a big thing for me in terms of being in alignment. Where my food comes from is really important to me. I do not feel in alignment if I'm not eating organic food that is vegan, because I don't want to be eating food that has come from animals that have been suffering. And I also don't want to eat too much processed food. And I do eat processed food sometimes out of convenience or because I just want to experience it. But for the most part, I quite a healthy, balanced, organic diet. And I find that keeps me in a much higher vibration. And I also think that it's really good for our nervous system, because when we eat a lot of processed food, the nervous system or the body has to process it. It has to work extra time. And so we want to do what we can to keep our body like as calm as it possibly can be. Like as efficient as it can be, by giving it the best nutrients possible. There's also a lot of studies to do with the gut and our mood and our emotions, which I don't really know too much about, but I think diet has a massive, massive impact on how we feel. Yes. Should I text him? I like him, Amy. I don't know. What do you mean? Okay. I need to know the rundown. Like, what's the situation? Have you guys already had messaging back and forth? Have you had a date? How do you know this guy? if you have a porn addiction, does it affect manifestation on what we desire? 100% yes, I really think so. Because I think that when you're addicted to porn, it is affecting, it's likely, like, what, for one, why is it that you're addicted to porn? What is the feeling that you're getting that you are trying to avoid by watching porn? That feeling that you're trying to avoid by watching porn is connected to some belief, probably related to your self-concept. Or it could be related to just a belief. Well, I think it's probably to do with self-concept, but you tell me. Something you have to look into. And so when we are avoiding these beliefs, that is affecting the manifestation of what we desire. I think a lot of times as well, guys that are addicted to porn, it's like you're feeling the need for sexual expression through watching porn. And how does that make you feel? Does that make you feel empowered or disempowered? Would it make you feel more empowered to actually find connection with someone? Express your sexual nature with a woman or with another man or whatever it is that you want? Are you suppressing some fear that you can't get that with a human through watching porn? I don't know what it is. We'd have to go into it deeper. But it definitely does affect your manifestation. It definitely does affect it because it's influencing how you think. And how we think is what we experience. How we think influences what we experience. It is a direct cause of what we experience. So you want to be very conscious when you're watching porn, be very conscious of how it is affecting your internal world. Clean food makes people more calm and at the same time more energetic. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Honey Barty, what is the purpose of this channel? This channel is a spiritual channel, so I basically speak about. My intention is to bring more consciousness onto the planet and to help people to feel more empowered through sharing spiritual lessons that I have learned through my experience in the last 10 years of practicing spirituality and learning about spirituality, philosophy, and self-improvement. I talk a lot about subconscious programming and meditation and manifestation, purpose, relationships, empowerment. We met in school last year and he likes my stories and once replied to my story as pretty girl. Okay. When's the last time you spoke? Porn ruins real life physical connection. I agree. And also it's not a very good representation of real sex and intimacy. Like the depth to which we can go in sex using during sexual experiences is very much not reflected in porn. Sexual experiences can be deeply spiritual and expansive, almost psychedelic experiences. It's not reflected in porn. And also, like, if you're getting your if you're releasing your sexual life force, because your life force, when you're having like an orgasm through whatever way, it's you're using your life force. So when you're doing that through porn, I don't know. I don't know where that sentence goes. Someone said, is watching porn a sin? The way I see sin is something that causes harm to yourself or to others. Because I'm not Christian, but I do believe that that's the true meaning of sin. Anything that causes harm to yourself or others. If watching porn is causing you harm, then yes. And that's what you've got to ask yourself. Is this actually beneficial to me? Or is this causing me harm? Be conscious of how you're thinking after you've watched porn, or how it's influencing your self-concept. Is it making you feel more empowered, or would it make you feel more empowered to actually find real sexual connection with a real human being? Notice how these things are affecting you. How do you feel after you watch it? Do you feel good? Do you feel not good? What are the thoughts that are connected to how you feel after you watched? Thank you, Scene Sane. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. Oh, I'm so glad that you feel better, honestly. Sending you love and hugs, my darling. Hope to see you soon. Yes, porn addiction can make people feel more isolated. And also, I don't think it's good for our society at all for men to be watching porn. I really don't. I really, really don't. Like, I'm at the point now where I don't even want to date a guy that watches porn. It really puts me off. Because to me, it's like, I find it unattractive, honestly, because I want someone that has this self-control and is able to channel their sexual energy in a more healthy way. I almost feel like I'm being cheated on if someone's watching porn and they're in a relationship with me. I really don't like it, honestly, and I know a lot of girls feel the same. Well, that's just me. That's the problems I have. One thing I realize is the problems I have do not disappear when I do something fun. So watching porn and getting by like that, you go back to real life, so it feels bad for me afterwards. Yeah. I also understand and do have compassion for how much porn has become so normalized in society, and so many people are very addicted to it and are using it as a coping mechanism or a way to maybe fill a need that they don't feel like they can get elsewhere. And I think that's where we need to become aware and not like shame ourselves for doing things like watching porn, because when we feel like we are ashamed of it, it actually usually reinforces the pattern, because we don't want to look at the reasons why we're doing it. So it's important for us to have compassion for ourselves when we are playing out these patterns of watching these things, and then really questioning, why am I doing this? What is the need that I am trying to fill? Is there any other way? If watching porn, if you notice yourself feeling low after watching porn, but there is a need that is being filled from doing it, you want to uncover what that need is, and then figure out, try to come up with other ways. Is there any other way that I can fill this need? If it is because you want intimacy, or you want connection, or you want some form of sexual expression, whatever it is, try to find ways that you can fill that need in other ways that aren't watching porn. This might bring up fear, this might bring up limiting beliefs that you're not able to fill this need, but you've got to work with these in order to find to hang on. You've got to work with these limiting beliefs, basically, because buried underneath addictions is a lot of limited beliefs. And guys, if anyone wants to go into this deeper, please do email me and we can go into it on a one-to-one session and really uncover these limiting beliefs. Because someone said, it's not about power or sex. We lost our mission in life, so we are releasing our dopamine by that. And we became depressed. It's not about porn. Even making so much sex is harm. Yeah, that's really interesting. So again, it's like, if there is a need for purpose and mission that is being covered up by looking at porn, watching porn, then that need needs to be filled in a healthier way. Ah, Rhiannon. So nice to see you, my love. Your thoughts on vibrations, are they real? Yes, because everything's energy, so everything vibrates at a certain frequency. Everything is. Someone said, how are women hurt exactly by partners who watch that? Is that not just projection? I mean, for me, I feel like it's something I'd have to really look into deeper, honestly. I think it's more to do with the fact of learning about life force energy and directing our energy towards things and knowing how damaging porn can be for the psyche, for self-confidence, for just the sacredness of sex, the loss of sacredness of sex in porn. And so for me, my ideal partner understands that sex is a lot more sacred than how it is shown on porn. And if I'm in a monogamous relationship with someone, then I want them to be, I feel like we have a agreement that we are going to be expressing sexually to each other. But I'm not in a relationship, so this is hypothetical. You mean sex is not bad, but watching porn is bad? Why? I didn't say that porn is bad, but I'm just saying that I don't know, did I say that? I have learned about how porn can be like dysfunctional, destructive for our society, for our consciousness. Like I was saying before about how the sacredness of sex is lost through porn and the complexities of sex. The dance between the feminine and the masculine and the feminine, the divine masculine and the feminine, is not really shown on on porn. But I'm not saying that all porn is bad. Maybe for some people it's beneficial in some way, and I do think that everything has its medicine, so there probably is a place for it. But maybe the way that it's being used right now is largely dysfunctional. Do you think having multiple partners is wrong? No, I don't think that's wrong. Not if everyone is in agreement that that's what they want. Okay, guys, I'm going to end this live now, but it's been so good chatting to you about all this stuff. I almost don't want to leave, but I also have to eat. Okay, wait, let me just read this last. For sure, in extremes, everything is negative. How absolute is it over the broader scale? Maybe also men and women have different viewpoints. Yeah, maybe. But I personally think that there is a lot that we are not, as a whole, as a society, that when it comes to sex, especially when you learn about like tantra and stuff like that, it's a lot deeper than the mainstream, what mainstream culture is like playing out. I think that from what I've seen with sex is that the feminine doesn't seem to be like, basically, the experiences that we are capable of having during sex are not being reached. Like, there is epic experiences that you can have from sex that most people are not ever experiencing. And I don't think porn helps that, because the way that people are learning to have sex through porn is very, like, just not, it doesn't exactly honor the feminine, the time it takes to get the feminine aroused. Like, I feel like, and this is just from my perspective, guys, speaking to other women, their experiences with having sex with guys, and how taking time to really honor and be present with a woman's body is so beneficial to the opening of the sexual and psychic faculties, because these psychic faculties can be opened during sex. And I've experienced this when I'm with someone that really takes their time with me and is really present with me and we're having a very intimate experience. You can reach levels that the mainstream doesn't really talk about, doesn't talk about at all. And sex and porn is not teaching us how to do this. It's not spiritual. It's not like, okay, not that it's not spiritual. I think all experiences are spiritual, but it's not tapping into the spiritual, what's the word? Potential that sexual experiences have. It might be good in some ways, but I don't think we're using it in the best way right now, like many things. Women are not fully getting there. I don't think women or men are fully getting there. I don't think people realize that. I don't think men realize that for a woman to be fully open, like, women are like flowers, okay? So when we feel safe, when we feel like we are being looked after, our man is present with us and he is taking his time with us, our flower opens. And that flower being opened is like, it's also symbolic for our energy field to be open. And when we're fully open to someone, that's when we can have a really deep experience with them. But it takes a lot of trust and emotional intimacy in a partnership to reach these levels. If there is something in your relationship that is not quite right, then the woman's flower is not fully open. And so you might think that you're having like the best sex with someone, or not the best sex, but you might think that you're having good sex with someone. But is it to the extent that you could have if that woman was fully fucking open to you? Someone said, can you name one life-changing book for you? The most life-changing book for me was probably one of the first spiritual books I read, which was The Power of Now. Can't you talk about godliness? Why sex and orgasm? I genuinely think sex and orgasm is one of the most spiritual things. Like, we literally came to this earth through an orgasm, guys. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a fucking orgasm. It's hilarious. How to make women feel safe? You have to make them feel safe on not just a physical level, but on an emotional level as well. I don't know how to go into that right now at this time. It's too late. Maybe we can talk about that in another live. It's so important though. So I'm like, should I? We have to be so aware of like what each other's needs are and really care about someone else's needs as if they are your own. That's how you make a woman feel safe. It's like if she's telling you, or if you can feel that there's something off in her emotional field, you want to get to the bottom of it. You want to try to figure out what it is what's going wrong, or you want to really work with each other to understand what each other's needs are and then find solutions that meet both of your needs together. It's not about self-sacrificing. It's not about sacrificing your own needs for someone else. It's that you need to find solutions that are, in whatever situation you're in, that are finding solutions that are filling the need of every person in the relationship. You've got to become emotionally attuned to the woman that you're with. Take them apart as part of your, like, as, let me restart. Take that person as if they are a part of you. Jacob, I feel like most couples have some sort of shame when it comes to sex, and this is a negative side. I feel if I'm alone because I control my thoughts. I really think that most of us have sexual shame. I really do agree with that. This is like one of the reasons that we're not experiencing these mind-blowing like epic sexual experiences is because of like there's a lot of shame that holds us back from really opening to someone. Like you might be having sex with someone, but how open are you spiritually to that person when you're doing it? How much can you truly let go and be yourself and literally just be so expressive in that moment? What is the extent to that we're actually doing that? And a lot of it has to do with blocks that come from shame. But we can help each other heal through that. That's the good news. We can. Feeling the other person's need as if it's yours is peak empathy. Yes. She needs a cig. Lol. How do I keep my girlfriend under my control? Why do you want to keep your girlfriend under your control? Do you think that will make her happy? how much you let yourself be yourself, actually. Okay, guys, thank you so much for being here. It's been so fun, and I've been really enjoyed today's live, and it's been quite, you know, expansive, interesting, and I really appreciate everyone that's been here. I appreciate everyone's questions. If anyone wants a one-to-one, I have a couple of sessions next week, still free. So you can send me an email. Email's in the description. And if you got any value from this live, please do subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it if you did that, as I am trying to reach 2K. And yeah, I hope you all have a lovely night, and I will see you. What do you want to know, Rahul? Rahul? What do you want to know? See how long the answer is. If it's a quick answer, then maybe. If not, we'll have to save it for the next one. Or send me an email. Okay, Rahul, I'm guessing you don't have anything, so I'm going to go. My sleep schedule is disrupted. I don't get sleep. Okay, quick answer for you. Go on YouTube, type in body scan meditation, listen to that before you go to bed, and see if that helps. It might help. My email is in the description or in my bio on my YouTube. hello@amylouisesamp.com. Okay, guys, sending you so much love. Let's say a little prayer. Thank you, God, for another beautiful day on earth, another day to experience life in this body. Thank you so much. Thank you for reminding me that love is infinite and I am its channel. Please show me how I can be of service so that my magic and medicine can grant others to believe that anything is possible. Thank you so much. Peace. Namaste. Have a beautiful day. Yes, you can write me. Send me an email. And I'll see you later, guys. I'll be back on live tomorrow.